Hello. Hope everyone's doing well today. I am slightly tired and annoyed, which is usual, so I guess I'm doing normally. How are you guys doing?
I'm good. I got a new gun today, so it's pretty nice.
Yeah,
Oh.
Pagan's turned into a proper battle pony. Apparently.
Yeah, I guess I should share the screenshot with you. Well, not the screenshot, the picture with you, Setch, of the cool keychain bullet I got. Because it's super duper neat. I like it. It makes me happy. I'm not a keychain person, but there's a booth at Fan Expo that was selling deactivated bullets. Like, you could just get them to put on your shelf or whatever. But they also had a rack full of different bullets for keychains. And,
Ah,
they,
deactivated bullets. I've got a 50 cal bullet there that's totally ready to use.
well, I mean, you don't want a ready to use bullet on a keychain, do you?
Sure, why not?
Oh no. Then you could reenact that scene from, what was that fucking movie where we watched the clip Pagan? Was that Shoot 'em Up?
Oh my, I think it was shoot 'em up. Yeah, where you can stick them between your fingers and stick your hand in a fire, and it'll shoot the bullet out and blow a fucking hole way too big for the bullet size into their chest.
And you could see the man's beating heart. What a
Oh
great
shit!
movie.
You know what that reminds me of?
What?
Did you ever watch that like intimidation video? You know how Venezuela did an intimidation video against the United States to show off Venezuela's super hardcore spec ops training, and it was like the most weak sauce lame bullshit ever. Donut operator, angry cops, all of them were making fun of it because it was so stupid. Well, China made one as well against the United States, and they were showing like their tactical units going through and like shooting at targets that were maybe 7, 8 feet away. Right? It was supposed to be close quarters combat, but the people stopped it, looking at the target, and say, "What does anybody else notice about these targets?" Every single bullet fired from these super high quality Chinese weapons was like tumbling sideways and shit like that as it went through the
Oh
target
yeah, I
from not
remember
even
that.
like 8 feet away. Holy shit.
Yeah, it was really bad.
My god, when you make a fucking keyhole every time you shoot and you're not even you're within what's considered point blank range, that's terrifying. God, that is a dog shit weapon.
Yeah, that's awful. What gun? It is a TM22 A18. It's a 22 semi-auto AR platform rifle.
Yeah, John, keyholes at 8 feet. It's like, oh my god. And it was just so funny because again, it was China trying to be all tactical and show off and flex how big and badass they were. And oh my god. When they went past the targets because they were doing the really fast, trying to keep up with their operators, and oh Jesus Christ, oh, when people freeze frame the targets and they're like, oh my god, now and they weren't accurate at all. They were hitting like all over the white instead of actually hitting in the silhouette itself. It was like, oh jeez.
Yeah, it was. Oh man, it was so bad. It hurt to watch.
Yep.
By the,
Um. I,
by the way, I
what?
sent that picture in our chat.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty cool. They had a whole bunch
right.
of different calibers there. They had like, okay, I'm not a gun person, so I don't know, like the ones with the pointy tips. And I was like, that would be kind of
That's
cool for a keychain, but I
that's
don't want to
super not
poke.
helpful.
What?
The one with the pointy tip.
He's talking about like 7.62, 5.56.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but there's a lot more than just that. The one with the pointy tips, there
Point.
could be so many of them.
I
Point.
know, but
Point is, they had a bunch of those on keychains too. And it's like, man, I almost kind of want to get one of those, but I know what would happen and it would annoy the fuck out of me. It would poke my leg constantly in my pocket, so I'm not getting a pointy tip one. I'm getting like one of these, like what I
Yeah.
got.
Uh, yeah, I would agree with that for sure. Especially if you're on your keychain, you're already gonna have your keys trying to poke at your fucking pockets and rip a hole in your pockets as is.
Yeah, I've had that happen several times.
Yeah, or you put a pin in your pocket and you get a hole there and also a nice ink stain. And it's just like, what the fuck? And even if you have the cap on your pin, like I'm not being some like troglodyte and doesn't have a cap on my pins. Even if you have the cap on your pin, the little cap catch will be the thing that worms its way through, pops itself off, and then your pin will still leak into your fucking pocket. It's like, what the fuck?
God is displeased with your actions. Suffer the consequences.
You had a pin anywhere near your pockets. Time for you to suffer.
I do need to get a new mag for this gun. It came with like a standard 10-round magazine, and
Yeah, that's gross.
yeah, so I'm gonna have to order some new ones. Hopefully, I can find some 20 or 30 rounders.
Oh no, the pointy tips don't even have to be rifle rounds. They could be some of the intermediate PDW cartridges. And PDW is just a generic term for a personal defense weapon. They're supposed to be close-in fighting weapons, stuff good for close quarters combat or for last-ditch emergency, so tank crews and stuff like that. Even though, as the Chieftain will tell you, that's the name of his YouTube channel called The Chieftain. He was was he a colonel or was he lieutenant colonel? One of the two. He was a colonel or lieutenant colonel in the 7th Cavalry, and so he was one of the command tanks, and he always hated having to sign out for tank duty because it would be like, all right, well, here's your M16, here's your M16, here's your M16, here's your M4 as commander, here's your shotgun, here's your shotgun, here's your shotgun. He's like, why the fuck do we need a shotgun? No, that's fine. Here's your squad automatic weapon and this squad automatic weapon. We're going to mount this one, but these two need to stay inside the thing. And he's like, what the fuck are we going to use with all of this shit? We have a tank. If we're no longer in the tank, we're not going to be able to carry all these guns with us.
No, that's why you turn the tank into a base of operations.
Yeah.
You just sit there, just shoot at anything that comes to kill you.
Becomes a impromptu fob.
Yeah.
Oh, we got disabled. Well, we're on fob duty, everybody.
Dig in. Yes, remember everybody, it's always a great idea to load 300 Blackout into your AR for more power.
Oh God, please don't do that. Jesus Christ, please don't do that.
No, do it. Watch
Was
the
that a
funny
tank or
stick
troop
go
transport?
boom.
No, that was the tank. That's the loadout that tanks are supposed to have. They're supposed to have all this stuff. Oh, and I almost forgot all of their sidearms and extra ammunition for their sidearms. So you know, they basically become like you're a walking armory at that point. Oh, a mobile armory. Yeah, for my community, we watched 2 movies since the last time we did STAG. John Wick Chapter 2, which has a lot of tism in it, lots and lots of tism. And John Wick Chapter 3 we just did, and I had never seen John Wick Chapter 3 before. There's some tism in it, but it's a lot better than 2 was, that's for sure. Yeah. Then I played and finished Baldur's Gate 3 on stream, and I had a fantastic ending. Like, I think everything worked out really poetically for the ending, even though I know certain factors happen. Like, certain things happen to a person's soul if you do certain things, but I'm being very vague for good reason. I think the ending was incredibly thematic, and we had a really great ending on that. Also learned about a bunch of the cut content. So there were going to be like New Vegas style slides and everything like that. Or they weren't even going to be slides; they were actually going to be full animated things too. So they weren't just going to do slides. But we're going to get a New Vegas style system there with Withers narrating it. It's even more badass when you realize who Withers actually is. And yeah, that was gonna be cool. And then we played Armored Core 6. Jesus motherfucking Christ, the boss designs in Armored Core 6. I want to punch somebody in the gut. Though apparently it's been filtering people in the very first tutorial boss, which is funny as fuck to me.
Yep, there's been a lot of people complaining. I saw a post today where someone had broken their controller because of one of the bosses in the game. I
Yeah,
don't know if it was a tutorial boss or not, but either way, it's like, Jesus Christ,
the
calm
chapter
down.
1 boss. Jesus Christ. I haven't I haven't felt like any of the bosses were really good boss designs. They just feel like I get lucky when I get past them. I don't feel like I've done anything to earn it. I've just gotten lucky that the boss didn't do bullshit multiple times in a row and just kill me. And that's a terrible feeling. I really want to get that sense of accomplishment. The only one I got that on was actually the crawler boss, but the crawler boss was super easy. But you just felt so badass taking down this gigantic mobile base. But yeah, that one felt really good. Um, Thank you for the vagueness, Setch. I'm still playing. Lizelle jumped my freaking bones. Yep. Well, that makes sense with her culture, everything like that. Like, look, I'm horny. I just want to fuck, and then we can get back to the fighting. I'm like, oh.
Hmm.
It feels
like how
like
we
you gotta
still-
cheese bosses in it.
What was that,
Wow.
Bacon?
I was gonna say I like that we still have the Grand Tour thing
Yeah.
up on our
Yeah.
watch together.
Yeah.
So, I'm just gonna bring this up just quickly. I'm not gonna play it. Last night, we finally got Setch to watch the Grand Tour episode where they drive a bunch of fish to an African village, and holy shit, is it funny!
Yeah,
It
it's
is-
great.
A great episode. I highly recommend watching it. Grand Tour Feed the World special.
It's so
Yeah,
good. The only way they could have made
fascinating fun.
the only way they could have made the ending better was if they had landed the helicopter in the dusty area of the village. That is the only way it could have been better.
I suppose the other thing I want to mention for Baldur's Gate 3 is I said it on a gaming stream that Creed had done, but I haven't said it on Stag. I'd probably give it a 9.5 out of 10. It was absolutely incredible. It really was. And I don't think it can't be a 10 out of 10. There's perfection is just impossible to reach. You shouldn't therefore not try, but you're never going to get anything perfect, and there are bugs and issues and everything like that. And I hate the body type system and all that nonsense that's in there. And yeah, I'd say the whole thing in total is a 9.5, a very strong 9.5 as well. And I know that Larian, with their track record and everything like that. Granted, I've been a supporter of Larian for a long time. Their track record, they're going to do a definitive or an enhanced edition, like they did in Divinity Original 2, like they did in Divinity Original 1. They'll fix up some of the some of the weaker aspects because they'll get community feedback now. Because now everybody could play Acts 2 and 3, right? Whereas before, only internally could they have people playing Acts 2 and 3. And 400 pairs of eyeballs on a project versus what Act 1 had of 10,000 to 100,000 pairs of eyeballs on it. You can understand how Act 1 is so rock solid tight. Act 2 is still really solid. Act 3, some stuff falls apart a little bit. But as I would agree with Co-Carnage on this, where if Act 1 is 100, Act 2 is a 85 to 95, and then Act 3 is like a 70 to 80. I can agree with that. And again, a lot of that is because they had to cut the upper city. And they didn't realize they were going to have to cut it until really right before release. There was just something happened. They said the only thing we've gotten is that there was an internal crisis at the studio, and they had to cut the upper city. So that kind of threw a monkey wrench into things because there was a lot of quests and things that tied into the upper city, kind of like Karlach's quest. But So what Larian does, and they did it with Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2, and technically they did it with Divinity 2 back in the day before they started going really even more transparent when it came to game design and development. They will do a bunch of free content. They will add in a bunch of the cut content, and they will do rewrites and fixes based off of the feedback they get, so that they can really tighten it up in the definitive / enhanced edition version. It's why if you play Divinity Original Sin 1, there's no reason to not play the enhanced edition of it instead. Because the original had a totally different ending, totally different characters and quest lines at the end and everything, and then they completely rewrote everything and redid everything and made something that was way better. And they did the same thing in Divinity Original Sin 2. So they're very much a company that that listens to the feedback they get. They listen to their community, and they work stupidly hard. So I'm very appreciative that they're actually getting the credit they deserve right now. Oh God, Karlak, let her melt my balls. Yeah, a lot of people are down hard for Karlak. But yeah, I'm genuinely happy. I will tell you guys today we are doing a video that is about Baldur's Gate 3, but do not fear. There will not be spoilers in it. Or if there are spoilers, it's for like the first 10 minutes of the game. I'm not even kidding. But we're going to be doing a Yahtzee Croshaw zero punctuation of Baldur's Gate 3. And it's a great example of why short form content is really bad. Why it's really not good for the community, for consumers, for nobody.
Yeah,
What's
and then we have a
sad?
really, really awful Fallout video following after that.
Yeah. Oh, Kree's not saying anything. He probably went to go grab something, so he probably muted intentionally to go grab something, because he's not saying anything to us either.
Yeah.
Also, learned some interesting details about the game as well, which is really nice. But yeah, the Yahtzee Croshaw one, there are some really stupid things he says, but most of it is just jokey jokes for the entertainment value, and you'll understand what I mean when we get there. Well, Karlak isn't a demon lady. That's the whole thing. Is she? That's not really a spoiler. She tells you, yeah, she got sold into slavery into the Hells. She's not a demon at all, which is what makes her so fucking pissed off and hateful of demons. Which what turned her into a barbarian, really. Yeah, I love the Yakuza series. I really do. I really, really do love the Yakuza series. Such thoughts on the MG36 and its twin drum magazine? I mean, I don't like drum mags that much, mostly because of the aspect of reloading. It is going to be a pain in the fucking ass. But it doesn't look bad. And if it works, right? Yeah, she's a tiefling. She looks demonic because tieflings have corrupted blood, but she's not a demon. Like I said, I'm only saying stuff that she'll basically tell you, like, right near the off. So, I'm not giving you guys any spoilers. That's stuff that she'll literally tell you when you first meet her. But I guess, meanwhile, Pagan, what have your thoughts been on Baldur's Gate 3? Obviously, without going into spoilerino.
I've been enjoying it. I haven't gotten that far, to be honest. I keep meaning to play it more, and then I just never get around to it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It
I've gotten as
it is
far.
content dense for sure.
Yeah, I've only gotten as far as the goblin encampment.
Oh my god, he exists again.
Free.
How's Gamescom? I didn't watch any Gamescom coverage at all. I was just too busy. I was super curious on it, but I didn't watch any of it. I was just way too busy. Did either of you watch anything on Gamescom?
No.
Nope.
Why would I?
Fair. Just if there's curiosity of anything coming out.
Those kinds of things I don't really tend to watch on my own. If I'm going to watch them, I'm usually going to stream them, unless it's like a Nintendo Direct, which I'll usually wait for it to finish and I'll skip through it. Or sometimes I'll watch, like a stream of someone's covering it. If Vinesauce is watching it and covering it, I might watch it. Or if Geeks and Gamers are watching it, I might watch their stream. But that's only for like Nintendo Direct. Anything else, it's either
That's fair.
a pass or we stream it here.
That's fair. I'm looking forward to when we stream the Game Awards, though, because everything I've heard about Starfield, and these are from super fans, by the way, talking about how it's middling and they're kind of disappointed. I'm like, oh god.
Yeah, if the big fans or even normies are just like, yeah, it's fine, then like
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, how fucking bad is it actually?
It's not Cyberpunk 2077, but it's not Game of the Year either. I'm just like, oh god.
Yeah, it's not the best of the scale, but it's not the worst of the scale either. It's like, oh, okay.
Like that's pretty rough.
Hogwarts Legacy sweep. Hogwarts Legacy probably isn't getting Game of the Year when it's going up against Baldur's Gate and fuck, what was the Zelda game called? Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah.
But
And Armored Core 6. I think Armored Core 6 has a good shot for Game of the Year.
But I do hope Hogwarts Legacy at least takes away one award, you know? I do need to stream more of that. I do really like that game. I do need to stream more of it.
Hogwarts Legacy had the problem that games usually have, where most of the interesting stuff is up front and then it kind of peters out at the end. Like it loses steam.
Did you complete it?
Yes. And I completed it. The final boss fight, though, was really fucking good.
Oh.
Like, really good. To the point of, like, by God, why couldn't have all the boss fights been that fucking good?
I heard it's gonna be 100-something hours before you actually get into Starfield proper. Yes, Pete Hines is on record saying something to the effect of, the game really opens up after the main story, which, that does not sound good to me. That sounds like...
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
That sounds like they've got a problem, they know they've got a problem, and they need to handle it as diplomatically as possible. You know? It gives me vibes of the Creation Club. Well, it's not part of the Season Pass because it's not DLC, but it's not microtransactions. They're like mini DLCs. It's like, yeah, okay, you fucking snake.
It's really scummy. It's the whole thing of, like, you have 1,000 planets, and then they're like, only 10% of them have handcrafted stuff on them. It's like,
yeah, that's one thing I've noticed about their, like, everything they've said about the game. Even Pete Hines' awful fucking response to that one question about, you know, like, when I get off my ship, can I then explore the entire planet? And he says, yes, go, you know, walk on kind of shit. And everything seems to be a semantics game to them. They can't just answer the questions properly with like an actual description of how the mechanics work. They just have to play a semantics game where they can later say, well, technically, you know, like that kind of bullshit. And it's like, fuck off. Just answer the question.
Yeah, I hate that shit. And you could tell when they're bullshitting when they do stuff like that, because if you could just explore the entire planet, they would outright say, yes, you can walk around the entire planet.
Yeah, which again, what Larian did.
Walk west and eventually, like, directly west and eventually hit your ship again if you just walk in a straight line. So.
And again, like what Larian did, where Larian, they get asked a question, they say flat out, like, will there be microtransactions in Baldur's Gate 3? No, we don't believe in microtransactions. We believe that when you buy a game, you buy a whole product. Like, they come out and flat out say it. They don't do this, like, wibble wobbly things like, well, we have no plans for it, and we think that people will appreciate having the game for what it is. And you know what I mean? And then they'll come back later with, like, tons and tons of DLC. And it's like, well, we said we didn't have any plans for it at the time. It's like, you dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, I hate that shit. I hate semantics games. It's like, it's your job as the PR guy to explain the game and to answer questions properly. If you have to play a semantics game with your audience, there's something inherently wrong with your fucking game.
Yeah. And here, if you wanted to show this crew. There we go. That is that's the thing that we don't know if it's real or not, or if it's only a tutorial thing, or whatever it is. But this is what's been shared from somebody who's been playing Starfield early.
Yeah, I saw another image that looks similar to this. It does not bode well. Open a
Yeah,
map
it
to
does
explore another region or return to your ship. Boundary reached. Now, this could easily be fake. This could be a 4chan op or something, or, you know, someone shitposting or trolling. We don't know. But it would totally be in line for Bethesda to have something like this.
Yeah.
Especially based on how vague they were about certain aspects of the game. The fact
And how
that you can't fly your ship around the planet in atmosphere is a massive red flag.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And just all the other stuff we're hearing from people who are playing it early. And it's really sounding like not good. Like, here's a direct quote. I have 3 companions, Sarah, Sam, and Crisco, or whatever the robot's name is. You can have them with you, only one follower at a time though, on your ship, as many as your ship can hold, or at an outpost. You can hire people at bars to work on outposts or your ship, but I don't think they can follow you. Companion mechanics seem more watered down, but on the bright side, there's no need to dismiss a companion before asking another to join you. The current companion just leaves. I don't think you can command companions. I haven't seen the prompt for it at least, but I also haven't tried. But they still hold your stuff and equip weapons you give them. They don't kill enemies often. Oh boy. Oh joy. We're going in reverse even more. We're losing even a little bit of complexity we had from Fallout 4. Fallout 4's companion complexity was terrible.
Yeah, that's not a good sign when they go backwards on something like that where, yeah, no, we're just not even going to make our companions interesting at all. They're literally just going to be glorified fucking backpacks with guns.
Why are we supposed to be excited for Starfield? I genuinely never saw the appeal. Well, you see, Bethesda is a big company that makes great open world games like Skyrim and Fallout 4. Aren't you excited?
Like, no, and it's because of those games.
Yeah, and it's so annoying that people use that as like that is literally their only defense for this game of why it's going to be good and shit. And it's like, because they made these other games. Oh, you mean these other really mid and terrible games? Great. Yeah, I'm so sure this is going to be amazing and totally worth the hype.
Yeah. And again, we don't know for sure if any of this is true, but this is the stuff we're hearing from everybody that's playing it early, right? Except for one dude who literally stole his version of the game and then posted about how he stole it, and he's like, "It's a pretty good game with us," and then now he's been arrested. That was a thing that happened.
Yeah, I watched a video about that earlier.
Yeah, that's just like, oh shit. I can't, like, I know criminals are dumb, but man, oh man, it just blows my mind the number of criminals that live stream their escapades or will live stream them bragging about how they totally just robbed this ATM or they robbed this bank and then they get raided. Did you guys ever see that? A guy robbed a bank And then he went onto a live stream later on, like showing off all the money he had taken and everything like that. And he's like, "Yeah, motherfucker, look at all this cash I just stole from like I can't remember what bank he said." And he's saying this on a live stream, but then during the live stream, as it goes on further, suddenly you hear a door break in, and then a flashbang gets thrown in his fucking room.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I heard a story of a guy who got out of jail and went and robbed a bank, and he wrote the note like "hand me all your money" on his bail slip, and that's how they were able to find him
Wow.
so easily.
Yeah, wow.
Jesus.
What a fucking world. Yeah, so everything I've heard from people who've actually played it early is just kind of like, well, it's not going to be game of the year, but it's not Cyberpunk 2077 either, or I'm pretty disappointed, or it's pretty middling. That's not a good sign.
It would be like if your doctor came up to you and said, "Well, you're not in perfect health, but you don't have cancer AIDS either." It's like, well, what the
Yeah.
fuck is that supposed to mean?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
can range anywhere from like, oh, just like you know, like some very middling, very like minor issue to like, oh yeah, you're like 500 pounds overweight. You have like every type of diabetes and everything else, but at least you don't have super AIDS.
Yeah, that was that one, like, what was it? Cyanide and Happiness thing where they did a thing where a doctor came in and sang all the different things he had, and then realized at the very end that it said "and deaf," and he was like, "Oh wait, huh?" Because the guy was like clapping along and really happy, and then he turned the clipboard over and let the guy read it, and then the guy like started crying and stuff like that, and like you're looking really sad. Yeah,
Sharp Field Bros, I don't feel so good, gets farted out of existence. I've seen a lot of people memeing on this. We still don't know how it's going to be. It still could be a fucking 10 out of 10. I don't think it will be. I will go in with an open mind, and I will see how it progresses as I go through it.
yeah.
And that's the thing. I definitely don't have my opinion set in stone. There is the possibility for me to be pleasantly surprised. I liked Andor. I liked Picard Season 3. I'm not finished Picard Season 3, but I'm 4 or 5 episodes in, and it's pretty decent so far. So there is the chance for it to be good, and I would absolutely recognize if it is. Based on Bethesda's track record and history, based on their last major release that Bethesda themselves made, because every time you mention 76, people deflect, oh, that was a side studio. The last major game Bethesda released was Fallout 4, and
It was a disaster.
I don't mean this in a tooting my own horn kind of way, trust me, but I just made 14 hours of video over the past 3 months breaking that game apart, and there's issues with pretty much everything. Everything
Yep.
I've found. And keep in mind, that is not literally everything the base game contains. There's stuff I missed still. There's terminals and dialogue branches and notes that I either haven't found or I didn't read because, hey, here's a terminal in a random building. I'm not going to, go through every single dungeon, every single room, reading every single thing. That's a monumental task. But
Tooting, more like hooting.
wow. But yeah, like there's absolutely stuff I missed or didn't see that some of it might help the game. A lot of it probably hurts the game. 14 hours of video. Everything I found in that, that I showed in those videos that make the game worse, there's surely stuff I missed on those terminals and stuff that make the game even worse than I knew, you know?
Yeah.
Like, even the comparison of Piper using Quincy as the excuse to get the Diamond City gate open. That's the thing I've criticized before. Realizing Preston says, "Oh, I thought everybody knew about Quincy." That was something I found at the last minute. That's like one of the last things added into Part 4 of the Fallout 4 analysis, because it's something I discovered last minute.
Mm.
So there's definitely more stuff in that game that makes it worse that I've missed. Anyways, actually, before...
I was gonna say, give me one moment. I'm gonna rinse out my dishes here and get myself some extra water.
Alright, that allows me time to do the thing I was about to do.
Yeah.
I've been invited on True Pop Culture 7 stream again tonight. I'm not sure what time it is, but I will be on that stream tonight. I'm actually going to ask him on Twitter for a link so I can post it in chat later. But yeah, I'm going to be going on his stream again. I had a fun time last time. And I might as well grab these super chats while we're waiting for Setch. $1 from MILF Slayer Hod Toward. Thank you. That's a good name. $1 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. $2 from Lore Hunter. Starfield is going to be Fallout 3 in space. Fucking... It might actually be, considering what we saw about the gunplay last time. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the gunplay, now with the stuff with the companions just being glorified backpacks like they were in Fallout 3, it literally might just be Fallout 3 in space.
What else? $10 from Spencer Harmon. Thank you. I refuse to pay them any more money. Screw them for ruining one of the best IPs in gaming. I agree. I have acquired a copy of Starfield, and I'm going to leave it at that. It has been obtained. And I will be streaming it for all of our... Well, for my suffering. I assume you people in chat take pleasure from that. So, yeah.
Alright, I'm back.
Good timing. I read the super chats. I told chat that I have acquired a copy of Starfield, and I will be streaming it.
Yeah. I'll be streaming Starfield as well, but I'm not going to make any, like, special arrangement. This isn't going to be like Armored Core 6 or Baldur's Gate 3 or anything. I'm just going to play it on my usual times, and that's it.
Are you telling me you're not going to do a 10-hour stream of Starfield?
No.
Wow, no dedication to the best game ever released.
Yeah. I want Starfield to win the Player's Choice Award and Game of the Year. Or Baldur's Gate 3, sorry. To win Player's Choice Award. Jesus Christ. Specifically, I wanted to say I wanted Starfield to be BTFO'd because of the number of people saying that Baldur's Gate 3, nobody's even heard of that. Starfield is going to destroy it and stuff like that. The cope has been fucking real. So I want Baldur's Gate 3 to win Player's Choice and to win Game of the Year. And specifically because not even for the fact of the game being good. I think it deserves it regardless, right? I hope it wins it just because it's the Timmy Turner thing of him praying and being like, please God, let this happen because it'd be so fucking funny. Because the amount of cope is unreal. The amount of cope is like, wow, this franchise that nobody's ever even heard of, you think it's going to compete with Starfield? Literally going to be the biggest game ever? It's like, oh, God.
Creetosis, did you see how reaching the boundaries of the map went from 50 minutes to 10 minutes? I don't know how long it takes. I haven't seen that. I've just seen the screenshots going around showing the border reach message.
Is that real?
What?
That it's gonna just be really short time span, and then it shows you the border reach message, and then you just get fucked.
Dude, I have no idea. Like, it could be anything. It might not even exist, as we've already mentioned. It could be 10 minutes, it could be 50 minutes. Who knows?
Yeah.
Membership message from Bentastic197 for 5 months. Thank you. Good afternoon. Hoot Boy, Pony, and Snake, what are we watching? Just got back from the Minnesota State Fair. Had fun seeing sheep headbutt each other. Oh.
So we have 2 videos lined up. One is a Yahtzee Croshaw Zero Punctuation video on Baldur's Gate 3. So you don't need to worry about spoilers. I'll just tell you that right now. You do not need to worry about spoilers for Baldur's Gate 3 in Yahtzee's video.
Yeah.
And the other one is a why is Fallout 3 so hated and Fallout New Vegas so loved? And the thumbnail for it is as insufferable as you would expect it to be.
Yeah, it's already incredibly bad faith just from the thumbnail. I genuinely fucking hate people like that.
Yeah.
Also, did they actually give you a review code? No, they haven't. I have been snubbed by Bethesda. I am shocked that they refused to give me a review code because I am such a dedicated fan. I did 14 hours of video on Fallout 4 in the past 3 months. Surely that should show them how much I care about their wonderful products that don't have any problems at all. Nah, I am never getting a fucking review code from anyone. It's never happening. He acquired a copy. Yes. $5 from Desperate Dirt. Thank you. Hey, Cree, did you know you can explore planets in Starfield? Apparently.
Yeah.
Creetosis, did you get the Mick watch? No, I didn't. Fuck that shit. Like, I know I don't have the best relationship with Bethesda, okay? But that has to be one of the lamest fucking special editions for a game I've ever seen. Hey, you can have our gay-ass watch. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, look at the Baldur's Gate 3 special edition. There's so much shit in there. Including that cool fucking statue of the Mind Flayer.
Yeah. Hang on, let me go get another picture of that so you can see.
Yeah, because holy shit, I really want that collector's edition. Oh my god.
Even the box looks fucking badass, too.
Yeah.
I'll give you the picture of the box so you can show that while I go get the other.
Alrighty.
That's her unboxing it live on stage so people could see what the collector's edition was. They announced it at the final panel. This is the ultimate collector's edition, and it was sold out before the panel even fucking finished.
I can imagine why. Hold on, let me get... Ooh, Jesus, that's a big image.
Yeah, it should be 1080p.
There we go.
Do things big.
Like, yeah, that is a cool fucking box.
Suppose here too, while I'm looking. That's the map that comes with it. It's totally made out of cloth. There's no like plastics or anything. This is all cloth, handmade map. Or I guess hand printed would be more accurate, probably.
Yeah, that's a cool map too. That's the kind of thing I'd probably get framed to put on my wall. When it looks that good.
Yep. Then here's the full collection. With everything. So, a custom D20, a bunch of Magic the Gathering cards that are all Baldur's Gate themed. The box itself, obviously, custom origin character sheets, so you can actually play them on tabletop if you want. Like, they're all fully done up and everything. Art books, stickers, an actual certificate of authenticity, like that. I believe all the stuff had a wax seal on it too. It all comes in an envelope that's wax sealed. Let's see. They give you the Steam code as well, obviously, so you can get the Steam code too, or you can have the physical version of it. Like I said, the art book already. Yeah, I think that's everything. Obviously with the big fucking statue as well. Yeah, it just looks fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, there will be no spoilers for Baldur's Gate 3. Or if he does talk spoilers, it's going to be literally for the first 20 minutes of the game, give or take. So yeah, you don't have to worry about spoilers for the Baldur's Gate 3 video. Hold up, those are booster packs for one of Magic's most hated sets. It's a terrible set that sold terribly. They're just using this to dump excess stock. Well, it's all Baldur's Gate 3 themed. All those cards are Baldur's Gate 3 themed.
I was muted there. No one missed anything. I'm just scrolling through chat quickly. I want to grab that last super chat, then we can get to the video. I'm so confident in Starfield because of Bethesda's confidence in their product. They are so confident they don't advertise for it at all. I haven't seen much advertisement for it.
I haven't seen any. Granted, I'm a dirty, dirty thief according to YouTube, and I use AdBlock, but I haven't seen any advertising for Starfield, like anywhere. Not on Twitch or Kick or anything. Like I've seen Bupkis for advertising for Starfield.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a little.
Like I don't even have those annoying take up half the site sidebar things for Starfield either.
What else? What else? Alright, I'm just gonna grab the super chat then. Oh wait, here's a comment I want to grab. You ask a lot for the studio who tried to cheap out on a fucking bag of all things. Yeah.
Yeah. God.
$5 from Harv3034. Thank you. I need those backlog episodes. Scratching. You said you'd get them out after your Fallout vid. Scratching intensifies. I'll start.
Got any of that STAG backlog? Hey, release some of that STAG backlog.
I'm gonna start releasing them tomorrow, I think. I have one episode I can upload, which I'll do after the stream. Then there's one I have to edit the music out of, because that's the Starfield Direct. And I'll get that up as soon as humanly possible. And then I'll just upload the rest and release them every day or every other day until they're all out. Sorry about the backlog, truly. Membership message from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. Membership for 6 months. Oh. A game that I think is the avatar of wasted potential is Sea of Thieves. It could have had factions, missions, or any kind of story, but no. I don't know much about Sea of Thieves. I've seen Vinny Vinesauce play it 2 or 3 times a few years ago, and that's about it.
Yeah. The one thing I thought was really cool was the Longest Johns went into Sea of Thieves and were actually singing sea shanties for people as they were just exploring in the world. And one crew actually had them tag along, and they gave them a bunch of food and stuff like that, and he was just singing on their ship. And then he waved goodbye to them, and they're like, "No, stay! Well, that is pretty cool, because just having guys that their entire living is doing sea shanties, and they went in to Sea of Thieves to sing sea shanties for the different people playing. I was like, yeah, that is actually pretty neat.
Anyways, I do believe it's time to cover a video.
But the question is, do we have to?
I mean, maybe one day we'll do a stag where we don't cover something. I don't know what that would look like.
Pagan, I would love to post that, but that is so spoilery.
Oh god.
Also, one of the most sad people in all of Forgotten Realms, too. I was genuinely super hyped to see him when he showed up.
Alright, have you got the video ready?
I'm grabbing it right now.
While you're grabbing
Are we
that,
ready? I've got it.
Okay. I was going to talk about some of the stuff I got at Fan Expo, but...
What's up to you?
No, if you've got the video, let's go. I can talk about it later.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Like I said, again, you don't have to worry about any spoilers, and for the first bit of it, it's an ad read for the Escapist magazine, because they're desperate.
Here's the problem. You spent all your money on a gaming PC, and now your wallet is as empty as your hard drive. How are you supposed to afford any games? Humble Bundle! And the Humble Bundle summer sale of great deals. Save up to 90% on thousands of games in Humble's limited time end of summer sale. Games like Deep Rock Galactic, Hunt Down.
Oh, I didn't remember. Somebody asked us about Deep Rock Galactic. Did you guys have any thoughts on Deep Rock Galactic?
I like the memes.
I got it in a Humble Bundle, and I've been meaning to play it, but haven't. I've seen Vinesauce play it 2 or 3 times a few years ago.
Yeah.
That's about it. I've heard decent things about it for the most part, but meh.
Deep Rock Galactic is one of those weird games where I like it, I just can't stand to play it. It's so fucking weird. Like, it's that weird thing, is like, I enjoy myself with it, but then I immediately like, yeah, I've got my fill. And then I'll go back like, man, I really want to get into that game, and I just can't bring myself to do it. I just can't. And I don't know what the reason is. I can't pin down why. Why? Because it is a good game. That's the part that's the wildest part to me. It is a good game. I just can't bring myself to actually play it. I just can't. Oh no, I'm talking about with people voices. I'm talking about playing with others. I play with Sir Ben's community when we play Deep Rock Galactic. But I just can't. Even when we do that, I can only do like 1-2 missions, and I'm like, yeah, I've had my fill. And I just don't know why. Oh, I would disagree on Borderlands 2 being a good game, though, Charla. I really would.
Yeah, I did not enjoy it. I definitely didn't enjoy the first game. I hated the first game. And then I tried giving the second game a chance because my cousin had it and he wanted me to play it real bad. And we got about halfway through the game and I was like, I can't do this anymore, dude. I can't. This is awful.
Yeah. It's the humor. The humor is just so... Like, again, humor is subjective, but I knew I was going to be in trouble when the humor was just constantly juvenile, like, toilet humor, and that was it. I've got myself a unicorn here. I'm going to name it Butt Stallion. Come here, Butt Stallion! It's like, oh, yeah,
So-
funny.
Let me tell you my experience with Borderlands. It was advertised before it came out, as things tend to do. I was like, man,
Yeah.
this game looks cool. So I got it when it came out. I played it with some friends who, by that point, were way ahead of me. And they were demolishing everything, and I couldn't really get any hits in because we were in an area that was overpowered for me. And then they left, and then it felt like I couldn't do any damage to anything, and I was just getting fucked constantly. So I stopped playing it, even though I was enjoying it for the most part. I did like the art style of the original. Never really finished it. Part 2 comes out, and I don't get it right away, but I do eventually get it. And I start playing, and specifically, I got it after the Psycho playable character came out, and I got that too, because I thought, hey, you know what, that's neat. So I played as that character, I heard the stupid butt stallion thing, and I heard my character ranting about nipple salad, and I was just like, I am done. I am done here, I'm not playing this again.
Yeah. It's just so... just kind of like, meh. Yeah, so there you go. And again, like I said, I only brought up Deep Rock Galactic because I saw somebody in the chat asked us earlier, but we just didn't have a good time to work in why. Here, he mentioned Deep Rock Galactic, so perfect time to segue off to that.
Ah.
Rise, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt Complete Edition at 70% off? And Humble Bundle Choice users can get up to 20% off Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 on the platform. All of these great deals.
Yeah, but you could have gotten Baldur's Gate 1, 2, Icewind Dale, all the expansion content and everything like that for them, and Neverwinter Nights Enhanced Edition for $12 in the one bundle. That bundle was really fucking good. I snatched that bundle up real quick. Oh, and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous as well. Shockingly. Like, holy shit. That coming along with it was crazy.
Every bundle or game purchased donates money to charity. Use the link in the description to head to humblebundle.com to gaze upon the plethora of percentages before the summer sale ends on September 5th.
Ew! Ew! Look at this section we're in now. It's the David Cage shit show. Except for that one on the right. That one on the right's actually good because it's so fucking comically inept.
I'm probably gonna have to play those games on stream at some point, and I'm not looking forward to it.
Yeah. Oh god, Detroit Become Human was so dumb. And so was Heavy Rain. Heavy Rain was awful. I haven't played Beyond Two Souls. It's the only David Cage game I haven't played, because we never got the bounty for that one.
Alright. I recommend watching Super Best Friends go through Beyond Two Souls. They shit all over David Cage games a lot, whenever they cover them. And
yeah.
It's usually funny when they do.
Yeah. I hope so.
Yeah, I very much recommend their playthroughs.
I am looking forward though to doing, because I already told my community, I'm like, if we get Indigo Prophecy, aka Fahrenheit, I'm making sure I'm playing it when we have you and Pagan here and maybe Sir Ben and everything like that. I'm gonna make sure like we get that we get a gang together to experience Indigo Prophecy.
I 100% want to be there when you play that game on stream. If I get off work at 7:30 in the morning and you're streaming at 10 and I have the rest of the day off, you bet your ass I'm gonna fucking be there.
Yeah.
I don't care
Again, yeah, that game is so wildly stupid and fun. It really is.
There's so much I forgot about that game that I remembered when we were showing Pagan clips, like the giant termites or the fucking angel battle.
Yes. Oh, dude, it is so comically stupid and inept at what it's trying to do. It's just so entertaining. Slash Jackal says, are the first two Baldur's Gate games not made by Larian? No, they're not. They were made by BioWare back in the day. Way back. They're kind of what
the real
made BioWare household name. Yeah. Yeah, before BioWare got, stupid and sold itself to EA.
Super Best Friends play Omicronus Peak. See, that's the one I actually haven't watched from them.
Ball in the snow while they're wearing shorts. Dude, remember when you have a panic attack and you get attacked by all the furniture in your apartment?
I'm having fucking Vietnam flashback to the furniture just randomly flying at the guy.
Even better, your character will stay in one direction and then suddenly snap at specific angles, like a 45-degree angle. He's just something like, and he just looks over there, and you see the stuff on the dining room table go, And it's like, get ready! It's like, oh no.
Right, and they had that weird fucking, like, Simon Says
Simon
system for
Says.
dodging. Or interacting with a lot of
For
things.
everything! For everything! The Simon Says thing was like, for everything! It was so stupid! I'll dodge the giant termite space flea from space! What?
Yes, I would assume the giant space flea is from space.
It's like... It's so stupid. And it's funny because it starts off really strong and a really good idea, and then it gets really dumb.
Well, yeah, if you take that first, like, opening cutscene in isolation where, like, your character is being mind-controlled into killing someone, and you have the whole setup of, okay, you did kill this person, but someone used fucking magic in the modern day to make you do it. Now you have to escape the cops and find out who did it. Hey, you know what? That sounds like a cool fucking game. We get all this other shit.
Yeah. Especially because you actually have to try to hide the body decently well, given you have such a short time limit. And escape the diner before the cop, because it does a split screen to an officer talking about how he needs to go to the bathroom and everything like that. And you're literally standing in the bathroom over the body of a guy you just knifed. And it's like, oh shit. And so now it's like, okay, well, I'm going to drag him in the stall, and I'm going to get the mop and mop up the blood, and now I need to wash my hands off, and oh god, oh, close the stall door, don't let him see it. And then you go out and you walk past the officer and you try to act super nonchalant as you can. And if you fuck that up at any time, if the officer spots anything weird, he will arrest you, and it will be game over. It's like, that's a really powerful opening. And then it goes downhill from there.
And then,
significantly.
And then the fucking tism is injected directly into the bloodstream.
Yes.
Furniture flying at you sounds like living with an alcoholic parent simulator.
Oh god, man. It is wild. Can I just say, I just remembered what your name is in here, Cree. And so, on the play button get. Oh my god.
See, it's actually made me reset my name twice. Like, you know how every so often you'll put in your name? If you don't make an account, it'll be like, okay, pick a name. Because, like, that session will have expired. I've had to change it twice since last STAG, and one of them was actually yesterday. It's like, hell yeah, I'm using the same name.
Oh. Yeah, when I just saw that, I had forgotten that that's what your name was, and I had just seen had been started by a bundle of sticks, and I was like, oh my god.
The best gamer word.
Yeah. So, one of the big problems I've always had with zero punctuation and short-form content is the fact that he calls these reviews. And it's going to be even more laughable that this is called a review as well. Like, just cut that out. Just cut review out of the thing entirely, and just make it all about pure entertainment, because this being a review is not good.
You could make it pure entertainment, or you could just be like very quick first impressions or something, you know?
Yeah.
Because I would expect a review to be a bit more substantial, not necessarily like
it doesn't need to be like a 4-hour thing.
Yeah.
But you don't have enough time to explain what you mean. Here, it's the same rapid fire content that he's always done, right?
Yeah.
And that doesn't work for a game where you can spend, or you're very likely to spend, 45 to 50 hours in just Act 1 alone.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I have seen some of these zero punctuation videos before. Like, I haven't watched them in years, but my main takeaway from them has always been I haven't taken anything away from this, you know?
Yeah, or when he gets things really wrong. Like, he's going to get a few things wrong here spoiler alert, chat. He's gonna get some things very wrong. And you're also gonna be able to tell he's playing on a certain difficulty based off of some of the things he says. But yeah, it's pretty rough.
So I hear the new Baldur's Gate is making bank like a knicker elastic shop next door to a French burlesque club. I don't know, it made sense in my head. And a lot of people are going, ooh, finally gamers...
Yeah, you see what I mean? It was just a jokey joke. And it's just like, okay. Like, and he even admits, like, he didn't know where he was going with that. It was just a thing just to, like, pad out this thing. So you're already padding out your video that you've said is a review now for a CRPG that is incredibly long and dense with content. And it's like, oh no. But and like I said, chat, you don't have to worry about spoilers for Baldur's Gate 3 in this. You don't have to worry about spoilers. I'm gonna make that abundantly clear.
For a lot of big games, I would expect a proper review to be at least 20 minutes long. Again, we're not looking for like a 4-hour thing, but there is a lot of things to cover when you're talking about a game like this, and like just how big it is and how much there is to do. So like I don't think you can effectively cover something accurately with, like, when you only give yourself, what, 5 minutes? Where a minute of that was ad read and a little bit of the intro. So he's got like 5 and a bit minutes to talk about this game.
Yeah.
Again, it's a haha funny thing, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, it made sense in my head. And a lot of people are going, ooh, finally gamers send a clear message that they want good single-player games with strong design and narrative, not just fancy graphics and live service twattery. To which I reply, you mean besides the previous 12 times they sent that message? I mean, Christ, at this point it feels like saying prisoners in basements send clear message that they'd rather not be sodomized with a 6-inch wooden dowel. But is Baldur's Gate 3...
So, again, it's the jokes thing, but at the heart of it, I do agree with him, right? That people have been sending this message over and over again. Developers have, and publishers especially, don't want to hear it because it's way easier to lazily shit out the content that they are doing and demand people's money.
It's easier to make a Skyrim than a Morrowind.
Yes. It's easier to make an Overwatch than a Team Fortress 2.
I love how Overwatch's whole thing was we're gonna be TF2 but better, and then they just fucking died.
Yeah, TF2 is so good it killed off 2 of its killers. So great.
Yeah, Overwatch is in a pathetic state, Jesus Christ. Literally the best thing that game has going for it is the waifus and the fucking fan-made porn. Like, how sad is that?
Did you see that Baldur's Gate 3 versus Overwatch 2 video?
No.
Oh my god, there's a guy who does it, and he, for the character of Baldur's Gate 3, he's playing like an Irishman, and for the Overwatch 2 guy, he's playing like a corporate suit dude. And he just takes the piss out of Overwatch 2 the whole time. And the guy in the corporate suits is like, we don't need that sort of degeneracy. And he's like, oh yeah? Well, what was keeping your games afloat before? And he goes, what is that? That doesn't mean anything. Nothing of that matters. He goes, I'm pretty sure it was the porn. It was pretty good, too. It's like, oh, God. It is a great video, though. I would love to just show that. It's one of those YouTube shorts. And it's actually pretty well done. TF2 players be like, all 9 mercs laugh.
There's a meme I saw recently of Overwatch and Team Fortress 2 where each of the Overwatch characters are described in like 1 or 2 words, where it's like hero with a tragic backstory and like just different things like that. And then it's a Team Fortress 2 mercs and they all have racist next to it.
Yeah. Oh god. I love how actually complex the TF2 mercs are too when you actually look into them and how much more intricate and well fleshed out they are. Oh. Especially if you go into the comics, because the comics has been confirmed as canon to the actual lore, and they are wild. The
Dude,
comics are genuinely like hilarious.
yeah, the comics are fucking great.
I saw a
Like,
video today that was actually talking about how the like lore and aesthetic for Fallout for TF2 was basically like, I disagree, but basically like it lost its identity as soon as the comics came out.
I very much
Ow,
disagree.
yeah, I
I
would disagree.
super disagree, but it was an interesting video. I could understand where he was coming from, but I was like, I felt like he was just taking it a little too far, where it was like, I don't know. Nah, a lot of the stuff in here is pretty good. Like, maybe there was some misreading on some parts of it where they like misinterpreted some stuff. It's possible, but overall, I don't think it's a bad thing that they did some of the stuff that they did.
Well, I think it works really well because it explains the original Mercs. It explains where Blue and Man come in, or Blue and Red come in. It explains what Manco actually is. I think it's really, really fucking well done.
The Team Fortress 2 comics are so good that I would genuinely love to get physical copies of them and get them signed by the voice actors and artists.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. Intruder alert! Red spy is in the base! Red spy is in the base!
Yeah, the Meet the Team videos are fucking amazing too. I love all of them.
Yeah.
Well, you've seen me use the one clip from Meet the Spy where Blue Spy's head.
Out.
Yes, it blows his head up. I'm
A
gonna
lot of people don't realize that it's that there's like, oh Jesus Christ, is that gory? It's like you can blow people into little fucking meat salsa. Like what do you mean? You didn't realize it was that gory?
God, just making me want to play Team Fortress 2 again.
Yeah. I love Engineer. Engineer is my main. I've been practicing on doing Battle Engineer.
Creetosis, you might have trouble getting a signature from Soldier, God rest his soul. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Well,
I'm still sad that he passed away.
Yeah. Though whoever they got to do Soldier for Emesis Blue did a fantastic fucking job. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay, Uncle Dane. Yeah, well, I'm sorry, but Uncle Dane knows. I used to just be a normal NG main, and then I actually watched Uncle Dane's fantastic guide to being a battle engineer, which is over an hour long of explaining in intricate detail how to do different mechanics and systems to do battle NG, which means an engineer that's on the front lines or is solo roaming. And I love that concept. Holy shit.
Anyways, we should maybe get back to the video, because I could spend all day talking about Team Fortress 2 and be tempted to fucking fire it up on stream.
Yeah. Slash the Jackal. It's not MS Blue, it's Emesis. EMESIS Blue. It is a Team Fortress 2 fan-made movie. And it goes deeper into the lore of the Respawn machines, and it is really fucking well done.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Though
there's a lot of
incredibly confusing too. It's one of those like I would try to keep intricate notes if I was you.
Yeah, there's a lot of like interconnecting stuff all throughout it.
Repeated timelines and scenarios, and is this really happening or is it not, sort of thing. It is incredibly intricate.
Yeah. And there's a lot of references to like really old classic movies and stuff like that that like some of the scenes, the way they're shot, some of the like audio that's used and stuff like that, or just like some of the scenarios are almost directly ripped from classic movies, but done in such a way that, you know, it's more TF2 styled. It's very interesting. It's very well done.
And they keep some of the humor from the games too, so.
Yeah, like Soldier being a dumbass.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I didn't see anything but a broken mirror. And, oh, my God, it's his latest victim, and he's looking at one of those anatomical skeleton models that hang up in every fucking science classroom in America.
Yeah, and Spy's like, it's just a model, you idiot.
$5.
My God.
$5 from Ambrose O'Leary. Thank you. I don't know what that would look like. Emis's blue reaction. Well, that's still covering something though, because that was after I said we might do a stream at some point where we don't cover anything. I don't know what that would look like. That would be covering something.
Yeah.
$5 from Austin. I'm probably gonna screw this name up again. I'm sorry. Ustantine? I hope I pronounced that right. Yahtzee insists he only cares about story, then shits on every story-based RPG he ever plays relentlessly. I'm not
He has
familiar
weird
with his
moments.
stuff. So
Yeah, he has weird
can't
moments
talk.
like that. But he also gets a lot of things wrong when he does these things. And his excuse is always that he only has a week to do it. And it's like, well, at that point, why are you bothering calling him a review?
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like if you're on this like week limit to do videos, then like that's probably screwing your ability over to do stuff properly.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
feels more like you should probably just change your content to something more, I don't know, more fitting for that type of schedule.
Yeah.
Like I said, if he got rid of the review thing and got rid of the pretense of these being reviews and just made them as like a funny thing talking about a game, sure, it'd work out a lot better.
$2 from Austin Ustantine. Again, I hope I pronounced that right. PMS Blue. Laughing emote. Alright, let's get back to the video.
3 actually.
Wow.
I got
You
paused
mean
by.
besides the previous 12 times they sent that message? I mean, Christ, at this point it feels like saying prisoners in basements send clear message that they'd rather not be sodomized with a 6-inch wooden dowel. But is Baldur's Gate 3 actually good, or just riding the wave of the metaphorical demand for dowel removal and soothing bum cream? I'd never been one for this sort of top-down clicky RPG before, but a couple of significant facts.
So again, that's the whole thing of like, he doesn't like this genre out of the gate to begin with thing, and he definitely choosing to throw away Planescape Torment, which I would say was perhaps maybe until Wrath of the Righteous, the reigning king for CRPGs, is pretty fucking dire.
I don't understand the point in reviewing games you have no interest in at that point, because just for example, I've used this example before. I don't like sports games. I don't like racing games. So I'm not going to do a review of the newest Gran Turismo or NBA 2K 2024 or whatever. 2K24. You know, like, why the fuck would I do that? It's a waste of my time. It's a waste of the audience's time. Because if I do release such a video, then they're having the opinion of someone who doesn't give a shit about that kind of game saying, yeah, this game fucking sucks.
Yeah. That's why I liked Electronic Gaming Monthly back in the day, because they would have specific people working in specific genres. To be like, hey, I'm the guy that loves RPGs and FPS games, so I'm going to review this. Hey, I'm the guy that likes RTS and racing games, so I'm going to review this. Hey, I'm the guy that likes grand strategy and stuff like that, so I'm going to review this. So you knew that it was somebody who had an interest in that genre. So if you were somebody who's like, hey, I have an interest in this genre as well, I want to hear the opinion of somebody who has the same interest in said genre. Do they like it? And when you're reviewing it, you can call back to other things within that genre that me as a consumer be like, so it has the system mechanics of Command and Conquer. It's like, oh, well, I like RTS as well, so I know what Command and Conquer is. I know what that system's like, and blah, blah, blah. It's just that helpful kind of thing. That's why I like when they have reviewers that are set for specific things. I have an interest in racist games. Anyone hiring?
But yeah, it doesn't make sense to me to review like a type of game you have no interest in.
Yeah. Because it's one of those things like, well, I don't know if the thing I don't like about this game is something that people like in this genre, you know? Like, if this is what does it for you in the genre.
Yeah. And it's this reason, too, by the way, that I don't like the purely subjective reviews or discussions about whatever, because a lot of it will come down to, hey, I like this thing, therefore good. Which is
Yeah.
useless to me as someone who's looking to... I shouldn't say useless, it's generally useless. If Pagan or such say, hey, I like this thing a lot, then to me that's going to say, you know what, that's probably good if they like it, because I know they generally have good taste, and I can trust that if they like it, it's probably decent, you know? But if I'm clicking onto a YouTuber I've never watched before, and his video is all, I really enjoy this game, I like this about it, I like that about it, without going in depth about, like, how well any of those things are actually done, then that is useless to me, because it's not telling me anything I actually need to know. It's just the guy saying, hey, I like these things.
I like when the Nernroot goes ding, ding, ding. It was worth my $60.
Oh, God.
Clicky RPG before, but a couple of significant factors drew me to this one. Editor Nick strongly suggested I give it a look, saying it's doing some full-on immersive sim stuff that sets it apart. Ooh, you mean you can break doors and stack crates? And the second factor was that since the
Which, again, the jokey joke thing, but it really does do a lot of immersive sim stuff, which is really nice. Like, the amount of different things you have to handle a situation. I'll give that example later, because he's going to bring up a really stupid example. And I'll bring up a counter to it for that. But all kinds of stuff like how do you enter certain areas, and even like weird stuff like, hey, if you have gaseous form, you can go into different areas you're not supposed to be in and get around and circumvent a lot of the fucking game. Or if you've ever seen the channel Limit Breakers, he did a hilarious video of how to get to level 4 in Baldur's Gate 3 in under 20 minutes. And he abuses jump and featherfall quite significantly. And it is funny as fuck to watch him Superman leaping all across Baldur's Gate 3. It is funny as shit. But the fact is that the game lets you do that. It is really good. The game allows you to do all kinds of crazy things. Well, we got a miracle build. Remember, for his level 4 and under 20 minutes, he actually had to go take some miracles. So we got a partial miracle build from the old man. Else too, I've seen that joke so many times in like different like formats and things like that. Me when the racist game doesn't have any racing. Because, people talk about, like, I'm a pianist, I play pianos, and the other guy's like, I'm a racist, I do races.
Anytime I hear that joke, I think of God, I don't remember what show it was from. Actually, you know what? It was probably from Squidbillies. It was probably some dumbass joke from Squidbillies. And it was talking about like what kind of therapist are you? Oh no, everyone gets that wrong. It's not therapist, it's the rapist.
Yeah. Yes, I have seen Yamfa's new Top Gear special. Yeah, I showed Cree it last night.
Yeah, we watched that.
Pagan was there as well. Pagan already seen it.
We watched that before we watched the Feed the World special.
Yes. And it genuinely so fucking good. He got their mannerisms and tone down and everything. And I just love James May immediately looks at the Emerald Herald. Begone, wench!
And the banter between them was pretty good, too. Like, that's some good writing.
The last game, I have become a D&D player IRL. Tune into Adventurers Night every other Saturday only on the Escapist Plug. So when I started the game and the screen became deluged with icons like it was being subjected to the wrath of Windows 95, I understood what some of them meant, and I could
And again, this is the weirdest thing. Like, the great thing about, well, one, this doesn't make any sense because Larian literally came up with all these icons themselves to convey all the concepts, right? And I'm pretty sure that our audience here can pick out what the vast majority of these icons that he's showing on stream right now actually mean, what they do. Just
Alright,
because Larian was very careful with how they made everything.
So, the one with Z is jump.
Yep.
The one with a V is push.
Yep.
The one with the upside down chair, I assume, is throw.
Kind of. Yes. Well, we'll say yes on that one, because the other one is a little hatchet being thrown from a hand. That's the actual throw one. That's more like the, I'm gonna grab a fucking chair and beat someone with it. It's an improvised weapon.
Okay. C, I'm going to assume is stealth, because it looks like someone crouching down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what the one in the bottom left corner is. A sword that's in, like, flame?
That one's understandable, because it's kind of hard to do that, but that is dipping your weapon into something.
Okay,
So, you can dip your weapon into a fire surface and get fire effect on it. You can dip it into acid and get acid effect.
Alright.
Like, that is a hard concept, though, to convey in just an icon.
The one to the right of the chair, I assume, is helping an ally up that is knocked down.
Mm-hmm. Helping.
Okay.
It's just a help action, just in general, but yes.
Then there's the sword, obviously. The one next to that, it looks like a bit of a special attack. Like, that's going to be class-specific or something.
I think that's cleave.
It is cleave.
Okay.
The other one above the sword is the disengage button.
That's hard to tell because it's partially blocked. That's why
Yeah, and then the other one
that.
next to it is lacerate, but again, that one's hard to see because, again, it's blocked.
Yeah. And the other
And
thing,
I
too,
can't
is...
really tell what the last one is.
The other thing, too, is in-game, when you mouse over these, it'll explain what each of them are.
Yes,
So.
it will actually tell you what each one is and what it does.
Could go in things that both Baldur's Gate 3 and D&D generally are really sodding bad at explaining, like how the cocking sneak attack works. On that note, I also thought it best to try out the game's flexibility by role-playing as my existing D&D character, Mortimer, a weaselly con artist who min-maxes deception in order to weasel his way out of problems because he's as much use in a fight as an actual weasel. So the game starts and we're on an alien spaceship that crash lands for various complicated reasons and we have to fight our way out.
Which, I find that weird. It
Jesus
crash lands for various
Christ.
complicated reasons. Like, not really, it got attacked by dragons.
Yeah.
Like, you literally see that in the opening cutscene. Like, obviously, the ship is going down.
I also...
I dipped my sword into the goblin to do goblin damage. Oh, God.
I don't know much about D&D lore. Are the Mind Flayers actually aliens?
Kind of.
Kind of.
So, Mind Flayers, or Illithids, are the last species in existence, basically. They have slave races underneath them, sure. But they control the entire universe at the end. The heat death of the universe is happening. They choose to escape the heat death of the universe. And so they went back in time. And as they were going back in time, one of their slave races rose up, and they also ran into other races that were actually really, really fucking good at fighting Mind Flayers. So they're this like super hyper advanced race with super technology way in the future that is trying to escape the heat death of the universe. So they jump back in time, and they get their asses kicked really badly, like really, really badly, to the point now they're like they're a subspecies thing, and there are other evil races that hate them and despise them, like Beholders and the Yuan-Ti, that absolutely despise them and are also really fucking good at killing Mind Flayers.
All right.
Oh, and dragons exist, which are also really, really good at killing Mind Flayers. So, it's one of those, yes, we escaped the heat death of the universe. Our empire will last. Uh-oh. And then they just get fucking gangbanged from all sides. I actually like that as a concept. It's like, just because you're the last race at the end of the universe doesn't mean you were the best race throughout all of history. You just happened to get to the finish line.
I'm just looking at this image on screen. So again, this is a review. I know it's jokey jokes, but showing a literal, like, flying saucer UFO feels weird here.
Yeah, it would have been more interesting if you showed like a seashell thing, because that's what most of the nautiloid is made out of. It's a seashell with tentacles coming out of it, basically.
Yeah, it would be far more accurate, and like as a review, it would leave a better impression as opposed to, oh, here's a little green man spaceship. So now you're expecting like this if you look at the game. Like if this is your only, if this video is everything you've seen about the game, then that gives a bit of an impression, you know?
Yeah.
That's not the biggest
After
deal.
the
It's just
purple
something that
squiddly
stands
dude.
out.
Yeah. Go back a little bit to make sure the video doesn't skip.
So the game starts and we're on an alien spaceship that crash lands for various complicated reasons, and we have to fight our way out of the wreckage, fending off purple squiddly dudes in robes. And I'm all like, sorry, did we come in the wrong door? I'm here for Baldur's Gate. Why are we in the last mission of an XCOM game? But then we get away for the...
And again, this is one of those things, like, if you know Dungeons and Dragons, you know what Mind Flayers are. Like, even if you don't know Dungeons and Dragons that well, you know what Mind Flayers are. They've become kind of like a household name, right?
Yeah, I've known them all the way back since, like, Demon Souls fucking had them.
Yeah. And you've got beholders and everything like that, that just, they're just things that become iconic to the setting. And Mind Flayers are one of those things that's iconic. Yeah, Demon Souls literally had Mind Flayers, it did, in the prison level, the Prison of Joy.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just really weird to do that. It's like anybody that knows even vaguely about D&D would know what a Mind Flayer is.
Without context of the game, this video actually makes you less aware of what the game is. So far, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is weird for a review. Again, we're looking at this as a review because that's what it's called. As opposed to, like, jokey joke funny video, and... I don't know, it's just not giving the best of impressions to me.
It's not like Yahtzee rambles about, and then Baldur's Gate 3. It was literally zero punctuation reviews Baldur's Gate 3. That's like, well, that's fucking...
Yeah.
The crash for traditional D&D land. Forests, embattled villages, dungeons, can't move 10 steps without hitting a trap or a gelatinous cube. We also swiftly load up the party bus with a bunch of fellow escapees and adventurers, all with diverse classes and complex backstories, but more importantly representing a nice convenient meat shield for Mortimer to hide behind. Turns out everyone's got squirmy worms in their brains that will turn them into the purple squiddly dudes within days if we don't find a way to hack them out. And so we're set loose to adventure our way through that problem by dealing with 500 different ones. And
Well, it's because, again, you need a way to solve the problem, and you're given one of the examples on how to solve the problem is to talk with a specific character. This character is being held captive, so you need to understand, well, where are they being held captive at, how do we get to them, and so on and so forth. Like, you can understand the steps that are taken to get there. Your overall goal is still the same. You need to get the worms out of your head. But now you have all this other complicated stuff you have to get involved in because... to get the goal done, it's not straightforward. It's not as simple as walking to the nearest, Mind Flayer tadpole removal clinic and getting it done. In fact, you even get told that technically everybody can remove the worm from your head, however, you'll be dead. Which, as you can imagine, your character and everyone else is like, well, that's not optimal. It's like, yeah, no, I can crack your skull open right now, and we can pull out that fucking tadpole. You'll be dead, but yeah.
I mean, technically, that's a solution to all medical problems. Got a are you prone to heart attacks? Just fucking die then. Have you stubbed your toe? Have you considered killing yourself?
Mm-hmm. Dude, one of my favorite ones, and again, I'll keep
so
this
Canadian
vague.
healthcare.
I'm not going to go into detail on it, but there is a character you can meet who is very well versed on literature. He might be a bit of a liar though, and a charlatan when it comes to things, but he is well versed on literature, and he knows a lot about Mind Flayers. And he says he can help get the worm out of your head. So he tells you to lay down on a table.
Oh, I saw that. I saw that fucking. Oh, that actually made me squirm. I couldn't. Oh, that was so painful to watch.
When he looks at you, he starts rummaging around in his pack and he pulls out like a 2-foot long needle. And I remember in stream, I started laughing. And I looked at him, I was like, "Fuck off, no!" And when he comes to you and he starts holding your head, my character literally, my character was literally able to say, "Fuck off," and get up.
Oh man, I saw one where he was lied to, so he did it. He went all the way through it because he thought it would like actually do something for him other than what it actually does. And oh man, watching that is so it's honestly worse than the Dead Space like eye needle thing. It is ooh.
Yes, there's a lot of like there's a lot of things that made me like clench up and go like when it.
Hmm.
Now let's just say that there's a lot of horrible things that can happen, and my God, the game's like, well, if you wanted to be stupid, I will let you be stupid.
I don't know if it's actually like this or not, but it would be funny if there's like dozens upon dozens of like scripted encounters where you can just fucking die from trying to get the brainworm removed. Like, holy
Yes.
shit.
Yes, there is a lot of death when it comes to trying to remove the brainworm.
I like
There are
how
a lot of non-standard game overs and a fuck ton of like. Again, you can actually beat the game in Act 2. You can end the game in Act 2, but it's a Pyrrhic victory. You may have made the situation 1,000 times worse, but you stopped the overall threat and created an entire new apocalypse.
Oh.
I love that they give you that option, and it has its own ending and everything.
I like how we're about halfway through the video, and we've gotten as far as the ship has crashed, and I am introduced to my party at the very beginning of the game.
Yeah.
And you all have brainworms.
Yeah, and it's like, my guy, we're halfway through the fucking video.
Mhm.
How are you this? Or this is literally the start of the game.
And keep in mind,
Yep.
this isn't actually properly talking about anything yet. It's just describing things in a very
Yeah.
funny
Yeah.
way. And I don't mean
Yeah.
funny as in ha ha ha. I mean funny as in. All right then.
Yep.
And as the graphics kicked in, it soon became clear that the game wasn't going to let me hide at the back of the party, plucking my fantasy banjo and slinging the odd vicious mockery like the most infuriating little tit at the hoedown contest. You got
Which, again, is wrong. It will absolutely let you do that. You can literally be the spiteful bard. Like, that's one of the funniest playstyles in the game, is I'm just a bard, I'm just gonna buff and debuff from the back line, and maybe I'll hurl insults at people. And if you hurl insults at people in Dungeons & Dragons and in Baldur's Gate 3, they actually will take psychic damage. Like, so people have literally brought up that meme of a bard runs up to a guy and he's like, I'm gonna go insult him to death. And so he insults him, and then it plays the clip, emotional damage, and then the guy croaks over, fucking dies, they killed themselves.
I just imagine the bard going, "Your mother was a whore," and the guy like
you
he's
do
saying
that.
it to just like it just takes damage.
It actually does that. They actually have voice recorded lines of insults that you can give against people. It is genuinely hilarious.
That's amazing.
Yes, vicious mockery. It is really fucking funny, and it actually works. It is, yeah. Bard roasts people so hard it becomes literal magic. Yep.
I think my next playthrough I'm gonna play bard. Holy shit.
And it's funny that they actually recorded all of the insult dialogue. It is really good. But no, so my point here is that no, you could absolutely do what he's saying that the game says you can't do. No, you can 100% do that. That is actually a legitimate playstyle. And Bard is really strong as the buffer debuffer class. Really strong at it.
And as the ground level gameplay kicked in, it soon became clear that the game wasn't going to let me hide at the back of the party, plucking my fantasy banjo and slinging the odd vicious mockery like the most infuriating little tit at the hoedown contest. You've got to micromanage all your party members' actions and leveling choices. If you don't go through them all individually...
Hold on. That's not true either, because I leveled up to maybe 3 of my party members. I didn't have to select anything for, I think, 2 of them. That's not
because
micromanaging.
some classes are literally, they just go up and get benefits of it. Other classes, like Gale, obviously, is going to require you to pick his magic and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, what magic is he going to focus on learning?
Feels like he should have done a bit more research in making this rushed video.
Yeah, he's going to actually complain about the video being rushed, by the way. He will complain about it being rushed, too. Which is even more, like, frustrating that it's like, then why'd you do it?
Yeah.
Individually stealth mode, they'll blunder in after your...
Oh, yeah, here we go. Because, again, this is another one of those things right here. He just did it really fast.
You've got to micromanage all your party members' actions and leveling choices. If you don't go through them all individually, telling them to go into stealth mode, they'll blunder in after your sneaky ass like 3 embarrassing parents coming to pick you up from the school disco.
Again, that's just straight up wrong. The game tells you the very first thing they tell you about stealth is hit Shift-C, and that will cause the entire party to go into stealth immediately.
Yeah,
you don't have to individually go one by one and tell them to go into stealth, right? You can just hit Shift-C, and everybody goes into stealth at once.
But that requires reading.
I know, and again, it's just funny because that's the very first tooltip about stealth it gives you.
The flexible with letting you make crazy jumps to bypass obstacles, but the pathfinding frequently has trouble keeping up, something I was able to exploit to my favor during...
And here we're going to give another example. So keep in mind, for anybody that's actually played the game, I'll explain why this doesn't work. But he's talking about the pathfinding, like, can't keep up with you jumping everywhere.
Well,
the pathfinding frequently...
It sounds like if he wanted to avoid that issue, he maybe should have played Pathfinder instead.
Oh, God.
I couldn't help it. I had to make the terrible joke.
But here's an example he's going to give, and it's like, that doesn't work. And anybody that's played the game knows why this doesn't work.
Has something I was able to exploit to my favor during one combat sequence where I kept moving to the other side of a huge pit and causing 2 Minotaurs to keep getting confused and changing direction like we were chasing a nervous bride around a honeymoon suite coffee table.
And again, the reason that doesn't work, the Minotaurs would just jump the pit. The AI very much likes to surprise you with the fact that they're also as mobile as you are. So, and sometimes even more so, for stuff like the Minotaurs and things that have really high strength, they're going to leap that fucking pit. They're going to leap that pit and get right next to you and then try to shove your ass in the pit. Like, that, the number of times that that's happened, where a character will get haste cast on them, and then I'll watch them run and then jump over a big gap to then keep running and get to an advantageous spot on, like, my caster or something like that, is crazy. And this is what also makes me think that he's on really low difficulty for this. Because Larian said themselves, they actually do make the AI stupider, and they think less outside the box when they lower the difficulty. Like, on Tactician mode, they do all kinds of crazy-ass, like, multi-setup nonsense to kill you. Which is funny as fuck to watch. Because you'll just be like, you'll see one AI, and it'll run up, and it will move a barrel to a spot, and you'll be like, what the fuck? Why do you do that? And then it'll cast a spell on another one that gives it haste. Then you see that other AI run up with haste, kick the barrel down to where your character is, and like, oh fuck, and then they'll fire a fire arrow down there and set you all on fire. It's like, gee!
That's amazing. I'm glad that exists. And this is how AI should be treated in games, rather than the Bethesda approach where you take more damage. They become bullet sponges. It's like, yeah, okay, that's real difficult. I'm glad killing this enemy took 300 bullets instead of 30. That's so much more harder, rather than them actually being smarter and, like, planning tactics around you to get to you.
Yeah. Now, and then again, that's not all of them. So when there's some creatures that are just dumb, they're just dumb, right? Because that's what they are in canon as well. They're literally just dumb.
Yeah, well, it makes sense that a smarter enemy would be able to do that barrel trick you mentioned, and, like,
Yeah.
rats wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah. Or like AI will set up things where like it knows one of its characters is immune to lightning damage, for example. I'll just use as an example. Like one character's immune to lightning damage, but he's also really fast, so he runs up to your front line and hits your guys. It's like, okay, well at least we're out of range of the caster. Well then the caster does a blink and he stays out of range, and you're just like, well, that's weird. He could have done Misty Step and gotten right up to us. Why did he stay out of range? And then he casts Chain Lightning on his own guy, who he knows is immune to lightning damage, but then it chains off of him and all of you. It's like, fuck!
Yeah, stuff like that is fucking cool. Speaking of, will you be streaming Starfield? How about Armored Core 6? Starfield, yes. Armored Core, probably not. I don't know anything about that series, and I've got enough on the go right now.
Yep. But and see, the whole point was like, well, if the caster could have Misty Step, he could have just targeted one of your characters. The thing is that the enemy caster, was staying away from you, so you couldn't target him back. So he Misty Stepped to a range that was close enough for him to chain lightning his own guy, but is out of range of you and your casters and your archers, so that you can't target him. Or you're going to have to waste a turn or waste a movement trying to get to a point where you can target it. I like stuff like that.
I heard Armored Core 6 filtered everyone, Lamau. Yeah, a lot of people got filtered. It's
It's filtered a lot.
The most common sentiment I've seen about that game is people getting fucking filtered.
Yes. Yeah, Tactician mode is definitely competent DM mode. And Tactician mode, they don't just make it to where the AI is now smarter and everything, too. They'll add in maybe a couple more AI characters into a fight, and maybe they'll add new environmental hazards in the fight that weren't there before, and stuff like that. Like, they actually go through and they handcraft all of their encounters for Tactician mode. And it warns you, like, this is what's going to happen. You are going to get an experience where the gloves are fucking off.
Just mentioning this quickly, I got a message from True Pop Culture 7 a few minutes ago saying that his stream is in about 3-ish hours from now.
Okay. Well, we're making fantastic time on the first video, so
yeah,
you should easily be able to get that.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to get this done in time, and I'll be able to go over to that stream, and I'll link his stream in chat here and on the Discord server after this stream. Or at the end of the stream, I should say.
Yeah. I will say, when Armored Core 6, I did get killed by the tutorial boss once, but at first I thought it was a you're supposed to lose thing, like it's supposed to be a, you're getting kicked back. But then I didn't, because I didn't understand the systems and mechanics of the game yet. Then when I realized what the systems and mechanics of it were, I fucking raffle stomped that boss. The second time, the first time I died. Second time, I absolutely curb stomped it, because then I understood, oh no, it's wanting you to rely on the mechanics and the posture break and everything like that. It's like, oh, okay. Because I was like, man, he has a lot of health. I don't do a lot of damage. I don't have a lot of weapons, stuff like that. It's like, no, just posture break. You just want to posture break it. It's like, oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, Armored Core 6 is pretty tactical. You can make all kinds of builds work, but different builds work at different levels of effectiveness. Like, there are some builds, there's some bosses that are literally like a build check, and I feel like that's the first chapter boss. It feels like it's a build check and not really like a, if you're just really good at the mechanics or anything, you could do it. It really does feel like your build is being tested more than your skill. I mean, I guess it's both, because you have to have a skill in knowing how to build, but it was so rough. And I didn't want to grind. Now I don't mind grinding, because I've got the grind mission, which gives you a ton of cash, is pretty easy to do. And I started experimenting with builds, and I found a little tankette build where I have little itty bitty tiny tank tracks on my mech, and I go like as fast as the speed of sound, and it is funny as fuck. Because I have giant cannons and missile launcher pods on me and everything, but I'm just traveling so fast. We were making fun of it on stream that I was literally playing Sonic at that point. But I guess that's the other thing. Armored Core has always been difficult. They've always had difficulty in the Armored Core games, but holy shit. Yeah, that Chapter 1 boss was a ball ache, and the Chapter 2 boss was also a ball ache.
All right, let's continue.
Yeah. I was trying to
I'll
set
push-
up redirect, and he doesn't have the thing enabled for me to do it, so.
No,
Okay.
yell at him to do that. He has 3 hours to do that.
pit and causing two Minotaurs to keep getting confused and changing direction like we were chasing a nervous bride around a honeymoon suite coffee table. One thing I swiftly learned was that whenever negotiation broke down and a conversation turned into combat, I would usually get a lot of little goblin-sized boot prints all over my buttocks because deceiving and weaseling out of combat only worked often enough to make me completely bloody unprepared for the unavoidable fights. The winning strategy in such cases was to reload a save and try to cheat as much as possible, which wasn't great for immersion. There was no in-universe reason why Mortimer would drag an explosive barrel into the middle of a group of not yet hostile NPCs. Don't mind me, just thought this would look nice here. My goodness, your leader's making a jolly interesting speech. Why don't you keep paying attention to that while I go over there and check on that thing that's just inside firebolt range? I also...
It's like you can't like come up with like any sort of justification for this. Again, I could think of all kinds of roleplay scenarios for like, hey, we're supposed to deliver this barrel. They told me to bring it over here. I don't know what the fuck they want with it here. Just deal with this. Put it somewhere else. I don't fucking care. Then you just walk away. And meanwhile, it's just so you can get out of range so you can blast the damn thing.
Yeah, because at that point, it's just you writing the story of, like, what your characters are doing and why, rather than, I'm going to put this thing here in case things go right. Or even, that is your character's motivation is, we might have to fight these guys. It would make sense if we set something up beforehand.
Yeah, if we set up traps or we set up ambush spots in case shit goes down and we gotta fall back.
Yeah. So he's mad that he metagamed, apparently.
And it's weird, it's because like they allow you to do this. It's like, and it's just like tabletop, like it's all kinds of things. One of the most, well, I think is a really good example was when Spoonie, like before Spoonie went full crazy, he was at a convention and there was this was live streamed of him and a bunch of other people playing a DM'd game, a one-shot game. And he is playing a particular character. He's playing the Spoonie Bard. And he's at a dinner with a king and everything like that. And the king's explaining the stuff that they need him to do. And he says there, while he's there, he's like, I take one of the wine glasses and I put it in a pouch. I seal the pouch and then I start smashing it against the table. And everybody looked at him. And he just looked at everybody and was like, what? No, don't mind me. And later on in that setting, again, none of this was set up. This is just how Spoonie thought. He was thinking ahead. They got into a fight with a big giant guy, and so Spoonie walked up to him, pulled out the pouch, and threw the glass shards into his eyes. It blinded him. And again, this wasn't planned or anything like that, but Spoonie, being a veteran D&D player, is like, we're probably going to run into things. I'm going to need to get as many advantages as I can. If I set this up ahead of time, the DM can't call me out for bullshit because I've already been planning this ahead of time. Meanwhile, you got to see the flip side, which was another character who was playing, like, I don't know what his character name actually was, but Grubnar the Barbarian with a giant two-handed sword, right? He was playing as a typical character, and he took one of those potions, those black liquid potions, and he drinks it. Because he's like, well, I've seen the cult members drinking it, I'm going to drink it. And then the DM says, I need you to roll me a d20. He rolls d20, he's like, okay, you fall on the ground, knocked unconscious, and dying. He's like, fuck. Because again, it's the opposite. This guy was obviously not as skilled in Dungeons & Dragons. You don't drink mysterious potions. Don't do it. Yeah, that's very much 200 IQ, but that just kind of shows you the example of a veteran D&D player versus a novice D&D player. And what I'm using it as an example here is to showcase, like, why wouldn't you set up like traps and things ahead of time just in case shit goes sideways, right? For me, I did it in my streams. I always did it like, where can I fall back to? What are the choke points? Where can I run away to if shit goes sideways, or how can I get advantages in this situation if shit comes to a fight?
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. If I see like a room full of potential enemies and I see like fire barrels or something where I can set up a trap, I'll put them at like the choke points just in case things go bad.
The only time I didn't do stuff like that was in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, because there's a lot of stuff in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous that is literally just a get fucked player trap. Like, you have no idea that there's going to be combat because there's not enemies or anything out there. You can't like have a conversation or anything like that. There's nothing like that. There are just rooms you'll walk into and suddenly a bunch of enemies teleport in, and it's just like, oh fuck. You know, it's just something you couldn't have prepared for unless you knew about it ahead of time. Here in Baldur's Gate 3, you can see all of the stuff coming. Like, I remember when this is very mild spoilers. Okay, very mild. I went into a certain pathway, and I was in the Underdark. And I'm looking around, and I'm like, okay, so I need to get out of this fortress. How do I get past these things? Well, I can't really find a way to get past these traps here. What if I go out this window here, and I start noticing that there's a bunch of people that have been statuified? There's a bunch of people like in different various poses of screaming and agony and stuff like that, and they're all statues. And I'm like, oh fuck. I'm like, okay, so there's probably going to be a Medusa. I have a couple basilisk oils here, so I can unstatuify people if I need to. And I just hope it's not a Medusa. And then as I go in, suddenly a spectator comes up, which is basically like a mini beholder. And I'm like, well, that explains it. But it's stuff like that. I knew there was a threat coming because I was using my eyeballs, and I could see the environmental storytelling of, hey, there's a bunch of people here in different positions of agony and screaming and trying to run away, and they're all statuified. Yeah, so there's something here that could turn us from flesh to stone. Yeah, that's what I call them, the mini meatballs. They're like mini beholder. Alright, I don't know if Cree is on BRB or not.
Yeah, he said he'd be back in a moment.
Okay. Cree says continue the video. But I need to go to the bathroom as well. Pagan! You keep the people entertained for a second.
Oh boy.
Dance, pony, dance!
Dance! Hi, chat. I have 6 pounds of tannerite in my ass. Yes, awkward silence. Yes, leave the quietest person to entertain the chat by sitting there silently, doing absolutely nothing. That's how you entertain chats, right? I'm a good streamer. Pagan, what's your favorite gamer word? Well, since there's no one here to stop me, my favorite word... No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that. I have a bomb. No, wait. I am the bomb. Only 6 pounds? Those are rookie numbers. I'm sorry. Send the pic of it. No. You've not earned it. Deep stag lore. Yes, Bundle of Sticks is my favorite one. Just start ranting about something you like. I don't know. There's not really a whole lot I like anymore. Everything else I do like, I've talked about extensively already, and I don't really like repeating myself. What have I watched recently? I watched the movie and season 2 of Jujutsu Kaisen. Of what little of it's been out. It was pretty good. It was okay. I can recommend it. It's pretty decent. It's very laid back, kind of like that. Can we get an uwu? There you go. Tell us furry stuff. I don't think I can. There's not really a whole lot of furry stuff that you could talk about that isn't just like either pure cringe or NSFW. The fandom isn't what it used to be, so there's not really a whole lot to talk about. I guess you could say that about almost any fandom these days, though. Is he actually a furry? Who? Kree? No, he is not a furry. Kree is not a furry. Or do you mean me? Because I am technically a furry. Bronies are technically furries. And before I became a brony, I was a furry. I was a furry for about 12 years. Before I became a brony, but I guess technically I am still a furry. I never really left the fandom. I just don't interact with it. Like, I don't talk. I don't comment on any of the like furry websites or anything. I lurk, basically. Although once I get my fucking avatar, the VTuber avatar, oh yeah, no, that's gonna be pure furry bait, and yeah, there won't be any question then. And no, it will not be a horse. Ree!
Hello. Thank you
Hello.
for keeping chat entertained while I was gone.
You're welcome.
Now, of all the things you could have talked about, you could have talked about the 3 Doctor Who episodes we watched. How'd you enjoy those?
Oh yeah, I forgot I even watched those.
Oh no.
They were pretty good.
Yeah. Some of the best of season 1.
I'm trying to remember. Oh right, Are You My Mummy? Yeah, there was that one. That's the one I remember the most.
There was Father's Day, The Empty Child, and The Doctor Dances, and those last two are the two-parter with the creepy gas mask kid.
Yeah, I remember those ones. I'm trying to remember. Oh right, it was the they're in like the future, and the human race has been like manipulated.
Right, we watched 4 episodes. We watched 4 episodes, not 3. Yes,
Yeah.
there was, I think it was called The Long Game, or is that the one towards the end of the season? Either way, they're on the space station, and there's a fucking cold sore on the ceiling that is, like, manipulating, like, human society by controlling all the news, and
Yeah.
it's kind of a waste of Simon Pegg. Like, they got him for this episode, and, like, you had Simon Pegg, you could have done anything with him, and they just kind of give this not-so-great character to him. Like, it's not a terrible episode, it's decent, it's just not among the best.
Yeah. God, that CGI for the alien was wonderful. Brilliant.
Just wait until we get to some of the CGI for the aliens in season 2 and 3. My God,
Oh no!
it is definitely 2005 budget, publicly funded CGI.
Wait till you get to the Absorbaloff.
Oh god. See, okay. I do want to get you through all the good era of Doctor Who, Pagan, but I need you to fucking prepare yourself for season 2, because 2 of the worst episodes of television you will ever see is in season 2 of Doctor Who.
Oh
They
boy.
they are putrid. They are fucking. I love the show. I love the 10th Doctor and David Tennant playing the 10th Doctor. Of course, he's the only person I'm aware of who's played the 10th Doctor. But fuck, what were they called? Fear Her and Love and Monsters. Those.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ. Those are some of the worst episodes of TV I've ever seen. Oh my
Oh
god.
no.
But what a
no.
what a great monster though.
I like how Discord just fucking cut most of that out. You saved me from having to hear whatever it was
Really?
you were saying.
Yeah, I didn't even hear what
I
you
was doing
said.
the Goodbye Chloe Weber in the exact monster voice. The Goodbye Chloe Weber.
Oh.
Ah! Yeah, that. Those episodes are so fucking tismy. Like, one of the things I remember most from Fear Her is the Doctor running the Olympic torch for some reason. Like, why? Why
And
did
it's a
they...
symbol of love. And oh my god.
I feel bad for the rest of season 2 because it does not deserve to be associated with those 2 episodes. Like, you get the girl in the fireplace in season 2. You get those really good Cyberman episodes in season 2, and like that great finale where the Daleks and the Cybermen meet for the first time on screen. At least as far as I'm aware. I haven't watched much of Classic Who. I do want to get through all of it though, but a meeting of the Cybermen and the Daleks are in the same season as fucking Love and Monsters and Fear Her.
Yeah.
Ah!
Oh, Pagan, you are not prepared for Love and Monsters, though. Holy shit.
It is so bad. Why did they
Holy
do this?
shit. Especially a specific comment that he makes.
Especially
It's
the
just like-
ending.
Yeah, when he's talking, when he's, I don't even want to do it. I don't even want to embrace Pagan. But hey, I'm gonna sing Creetosis.
Oh no! Don't curse me with this shit, you fuck!
There you go. Now you're cursed.
Alright, let's see what curse shit you sent me. Because I don't remember the quote. Let's see.
Remember while he's
Yes, that
he's
one.
holding
God
Yeah.
damn it. Yeah, that's kind of what I was referring to at the ending. Like, why the fuck would they give it that end? Like, it's such a
I
weird
know. Why would
fucking
you
ending!
say that? And why? Why would
Oh.
you say?
It defies logic. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking when they wrote that episode. They had to have been doing fucking lines of coke or something. Like, Jesus Christ.
Absolutely.
One thing I do want to say about Empty Child Doctor Dances, and I've mentioned this on stream before, but it's kind of relevant now that Pagan has seen it. I do still very much think that ending to the episode in particular should have come in a later season, like even season 2, but like season 3 or 4, because that whole thing of everyone lives just this once, everyone lives, like that is a really great moment for the Doctor when like every situation he has to deal with, people are fucking dying and he can't stop it, and like he hates that. And then you do get the one episode where at the end, yeah, everyone lives. It's a true, like, happy ending that he very rarely gets to see.
Yep.
And
His life has been misery.
Yeah, especially with what just happened previously to the Ninth Doctor, without spoiling anything. It's like, fuck. That would just have so much more meaning if it came, like, even a season later, you know?
Yep.
Anyways, we have a video to continue.
Yeah.
Also got people off cliff.
Oh, hang on, if that skipped, hold on. I just thought of that.
Yeah, my goodness, your leader's making a jolly interesting speech. Why don't you keep paying attention to that while I go over there and check on that thing that's just inside firebolt range? I also got a lot of mileage out of shoving people off cliffs. Baldur's Gate 3 will never use an impassable wall when a bottomless chasm will do, even when there wasn't one sometimes.
And again, that's just wrong, and you'll get into that more and more as you go throughout the game. But, it sounds interesting and a good concept, but verticality is very much a thing in Baldur's Gate 3, which is what makes it so good compared to a lot of the tabletop. Because a lot of the tabletop, well, DMs and GMs and everything like that across tabletop gaming don't really like to deal with lots of verticality in things. Because things get messy. It gets really messy and hard to figure out at times, right? Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't have that problem because you have the computer that can take care of a lot of those situations and issues. Of stuff like, what's your range going to do when you're up higher? Well, you should have longer range because, you can see further, gravity itself will go on with it, and everything like that. DMs and GMs don't really want to deal with that nonsense. They don't want to have to do math to figure things out. So a lot of DMs and GMs, it's going to be a battlefield on a flat plane. Not flat, but, undulating hills and stuff like that, maybe. But, it's mostly on one plane, one x-axis. And when you get to it and you start getting into more verticality, things get way crazier and out of hand. Well, Baldur's Gate 3, being a computer, doesn't have that problem. It can automatically calculate all this stuff. So, they do verticality like crazy in Baldur's Gate 3. Which is a lot of fucking fun, considering you can throw your own party members around and stuff, too. So, picking up a gnome barbarian and throwing them at an enemy is fucking hilarious. Or picking up an enemy and throwing him at another enemy is also great.
Or picking up a child and throwing him off a waterfall.
Yep.
Kree was the devil on my shoulder that day. Do it. Destroy the child. Do it.
Yeah, and that's another thing with the tabletop is fall damage. They don't really have... Most RPGs don't have, calculation tables for fall damage. Because there's not going to be a lot of verticality. There's not really a lot of playtesting with verticality. So it doesn't really come up that much. In Baldur's Gate 3, the funniest fucking things ever to do is to throw people off of things or push people off of things or use spells to knock people off of things. And the enemy will do it to you as well on the higher difficulty. And this is another example here that he's going to give that makes me think he was on the easiest difficulty. Because if you push an AI off of something on even balanced difficulty, it usually won't try to just come up and do the exact same thing to get pushed down again. It'll try something else to get back revenge at you or go around or target somebody else.
I will say quickly, we are... it's not 3 hours, it's about 2 hours from now. So we do have to get through this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just miss points, make the enemy chase me up there, then shove them straight back off like an asshole kid on a climbing frame. 3 rounds of that, I was starting to feel sorry for the stupid bastard. Although the enemy AI...
That's why I think he's playing on the easiest difficulty.
Yeah.
The AI doesn't really like to keep doing the same thing over and over again if it gets, stunned in that way. But here he's going to mention that the AI does absolutely use shoving and pushing and everything as well against you, which can be pretty fucking funny and infuriating at times.
On the patented labour-saving cliff shove technique as well, so I was still having to retry combat encounters a lot. I saw a tweet this week saying, hey, don't reload after every mistake, roll with it, find a solution, that's how you have fun with Baldur's Gate.
So, yes, I agree with that tweet. He's, though, going to take it to the extreme and, make the tweet sound more disingenuous.
No. Yeah, that kind of shit I don't like.
Yeah. So this is hey, don't re-roll after reload after every mistake. Don't save scum. Roll with it. And this is more in reference to failing skill checks or failing talking systems or having to fight your way out. Roll with it. See what happens.
Yeah.
Which is a tabletop staple of, your bard that's, 20 or 22 charisma isn't always going to know the exact right thing to say. You might stumble into something because you have a lack of information and didn't know something like that. And it's like, hey, the bard, the face of the party, 22 charisma, walk up to the guards, and I'm going to talk our party in. And the DM goes, okay, why don't you give me what you're going to say, and I'll give penalties and bonuses based off what you say. And so you do that, and then you roll, but you roll kind of bad, but your bonuses are like, yeah, my bonuses are pretty good. And the DM says, well, I gave you a -5 penalty because you talked about how this guard's mother decided that he needed to talk to him, and this guard's mother's been dead for a year. And it's stuff like that. It's like, you just gotta roll with it sometimes. It's funny when your guy, who's like a really legendary bard, walks up and is going to talk his way in, and instead of saying anything, he goes, because your bard rolled a natural one. And that's funny. A funny situation can happen. Because then you can have a quick thinking cleric that runs up and says, we're sorry, he's suffering from a sickness. We need to get inside and see if there's a cure in there.
He's suffering from a sickness called intense retardation.
Yeah.
Or profound retardation.
We need to look for a healer inside that might have greater restoration. Well, that's understandable. He does sound pretty retarded. Go ahead. Funny, but is it realistic with his stats? Yeah, absolutely. Even the most charismatic person isn't always going to say the right thing at the exact right moment every single time.
He has advanced autism, and it's getting more and more advanced as we stand here. Let us by.
Yeah. He's got advanced autism. It's constantly advancing.
But doesn't roll a 1. I mean, yeah, it's fine if your character still doesn't make it. Like, maybe this person you're talking to is hardened against charisma. They have training to resist it. They're somebody who likes to double check and cross the I's and dot the T's, right? Please tell me somebody got that joke. I hope somebody got that joke. But yeah, there's somebody that's really put together, buttoned up, and stuff like that. It's fine. It happens. That's part of rolling with it. If there's some retarded guard, then your DC check is going to be like a DC of 5, right? Something that anybody, not even the bard with 22 charisma, which is a plus 6 roll, you don't even need them to do it. Anybody could have done it.
This is unironically the worst review on this game I've seen so far. Yeah, it's not good. This is so... How to word this? I have learned so little about the game from this video, and it is so poorly presented that I wonder what the point even is of making this video. It feels like someone made this video because it's their job to make videos, rather than actually having anything to say.
Yeah. The joke was, chat, when they said you dot your T's and cross your I's. That was the joke.
Yeah, I remember hearing that somewhere else before, and I can't remember where. Was that Office Space?
Might have been.
Yeah, I can't fucking remember. I know I've heard it somewhere used as a joke.
This week saying, hey, don't reload after every mistake, roll with it, find a solution, that's how you have fun with Baldur's Gate. Fine sentiment, except all my mistakes seem to end with my party getting pounded into mulch. Not sure how I'm supposed to roll with that, unless it happens at the top of a staircase or angled surface.
And see, that's what I mean.
Yeah, it seems like he's just taking the thing out of context. Like, if your entire party dies, then of course they're gonna fucking reload a save. That's what happens when you die in a game.
Yeah. It's like, that sucks. You got a TPK. It happens. But, again, rolling with it, they're specifically talking about, flubbing that failed, speech check or anything like that. You have other people that tell you, well, people like Arch Warhammer be like, people just want to roleplay the thing. Well, if you wanted to roleplay your character, sometimes failure is going to fucking happen in the real world. You are not the perfect, smooth talker being of all existence, right? Shit happens. Stuff goes sideways. And that's oftentimes where the most fun and interesting adventures happen, is from shit going sideways. Like the... Oh,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was about to read a comment in chat, but you're in the middle of something, so go ahead.
Like, for example, you go out to rescue the king's kidnapped daughter, right? And so you rescue the king's kidnapped daughter and her handmaid. Well, maybe your knight of your party falls in love with the handmaid, and they get together and they bang on the way back, right? Then it goes back and it turns out the handmaid was the daughter, and she was acting as a body double for the princess, so the princess wouldn't be kidnapped or killed or anything like that. And now you just have to admit to the king you banged his daughter, and now suddenly you're running away from the kingdom with all the guards fucking chasing your ass out of the kingdom because you're now excommunicado. Like, that shit's funny when stuff like that happens. But it's like, oh, well, monkey wrench. I guess we're changing our plan. You go to the next kingdom and they ask, why won't you go back to the kingdom of Urthul or whatever? And you're like, we don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, you're just role-playing as this very suave mercenary leader named Griffith, and you have sex with this king's daughter, and wild hijinks ensues after that.
Yeah, holy shit.
Creetosis, the show IT Crowd made the joke. I've never watched that show, so I heard it somewhere else.
IT Crowd does have some pretty funny jokes in it, though. Like, there's some genuinely pretty damn good jokes.
Creetosis, real quick, tell me not to be a bee, I assume bitch, and to not go for a smoke. Well, don't be a bitch and don't go for a smoke.
Yeah, stop it. Stop being a fucking slave to your fucking addictions, man.
Stop being a slave to the poison that's killing your body.
Exactly. And did you just bang the princess? No. Charisma check failed.
Fine.
Or my favorite ones. My favorite ones are, and I love this. There's a bunch of memes and jokes about this. You walk into an area and you see all of your party rolls perception check and you all fail, and immediately, like, jumps to all different kinds of meme images of people like getting really stressed out and worried and stuff like that. It's like, oh no, perception failed. This can't be good.
Except all end with my party getting pounded into mulch. Not sure how I'm supposed to roll with that, unless it happens at the top of a staircase or angled surface. Maybe this was a consequence of my choices in life, but I felt I kept getting trapped in situations where grueling combat was unavoidable. Like this one mission to
Because it's a video game where you fight things in it.
No, he's going to give an example here, and this actually kind of proves that, yes, it is a consequence of your choices. Again, I have the proof on my streams. I have the proof of how I dealt with this situation. But here we go.
rescue my goblin camp. I bullshitted my way in and found the dude easily enough, but then he was like, oh, I can't escape with you or consider this quest complete until you kill all 3 goblin leaders. Now, said dude had the ability...
Now, so that makes sense, right? He's in direct opposition to this goblin camp, and he knows this goblin camp is trying to find his grove, and they're going to try to kill everybody at his grove. So he's like, hey, we need to take out these leaders right here and now. You've already snuck in. You can deal with them here. Right? So that's the basic premise. That's the basic setup. With more context, since Yahtzee didn't give any context.
Rescue the druid leader from a goblin camp. I bullshitted my way in and found the dude easily enough, but then he was like, oh, I can't escape with you or consider this quest complete until you kill all 3 goblin leaders. Now, said dude had the ability to turn into a giant bear, which would tip the scales in our favour a tad, but wouldn't come with us at first. Oh, I could come rip shit up, but then you'd lose the opportunity to kill your target stealthily, he said. Oh, sure, I was totally gonna stealth kill 3 high-level goblin leaders in full view of 9 of their guards and within earshot of 20 more. I'll get right on that. Get in the fucking party bus, Teddy.
So, here again, as you know, you can absolutely 100% stealth kill all of the goblin leaders in the camp. And it just comes with finding clever ways and solutions to do so. Maybe you drop something on one of their heads, like you're playing fucking Hitman. You drop a chandelier on their head, kills one of them. Maybe Or if you do what I did, I got one of them and I told them where the Druid Grove was and convinced her that, hey, I would sneak into the Druid Grove, get on their good side, and open the gates for them. Meanwhile, what I actually did was I then told the Druids, hey, they're coming to attack you, but not with their full force. Because, again, they're all competing for the greatest favor amongst their cabal, amongst their cult. So I specifically had them separate. She took a third of the goblin force and she's going to attack the Druid Grove. But I told the Druid Grove about what was going to fucking happen. And so we had a chance to set up defenses for her. So when she arrived, we fucking killed her ass and her army. On the second leader of the goblins, I told her that, hey, no, you shouldn't brand other true souls in front of the plebeians. Plus, I need to talk with you about some medical issues. You are a shaman. You have some healing capabilities. Let's go to your room. She agrees. So we go to her room by herself so that we can talk true soul to true soul. And then when we're in her room, I fucking killed her ass. Unfortunately, she did get to call out that she was being attacked, so she had, I think, like 5 HP left. I was so close to killing her, but she had enough time to call out, and that's what brought everybody. But now, I was now in a battle where I was using her own fucking door to constantly open and close and keep enemies at bay. But again, so I had a stealth way to kill her away from her guards. I flubbed it, sure, but I had a way to do it, and I almost succeeded in doing it.
Yeah.
And then for the third guy, now that I've already killed off most of the goblins, I just walked up to the third guy and I cast 2 fucking fireballs into his ass and blew him up with a bunch of his guards. And it was like, that was done and dusted. But you could see how I could have done it stealthily in all 3 cases.
Yeah.
Ruxpin. I don't entirely buy this popular perception that Baldur's Gate 3 is a super flexible game where every problem has multiple solutions, but I'm sure I barely scratched the surface of it in my usual limited 1 week of playtime. I mean, it's no...
And again, see?
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't buy that happened. I've just explained how you could entirely have done it all through stealth and everything. And he's complaining about the fact he only had a week to do it. It's like, that's your own fault.
Yeah.
Like, it's you arbitrarily decided you only had a week to do it.
Or his boss, if he, like, he works for the Escapists, so it might be one of their, like, things, you know?
Yeah.
But point is, that's the limitation, that's an artificial limitation that you're under.
Yes. And there may be another company recently that discovered that maybe pumping out content is not the way to go when you get shit fucking wrong all the time.
Who?
Linus Tech Tips has gotten in huge trouble recently.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
People have been trying to just pass off his drama. It's like, no, like, Gamers Nexus did some great fucking journalism and went in the details of, this is unethical, illegal behavior and shit like that.
Yeah. I've heard some stuff about that, but I haven't really looked into it.
Graphics and the file size descended upon my hard drive like a fat bloke into a crowded bus seat. I wonder how much of its sudden popularity is due to outside factors, the growing distaste for the usual tedious gameplay loops and online flappery, the increasing popularity of D&D thanks to actual play series, Adventurers Night Season 3 airing now, don't miss out, cross-promote. But you know what,
Again, this whole thing is like, he's just wondering if it's just outside influence. Like, can you go more into that? Like, what outside influence would cause that? Or is it just that the game is that good? I argue the game is genuinely that good, and there are outside influences pushing towards it.
I mean, it's going to be a combination of things in a lot of cases where a game gets very big and popular.
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels like almost kind of undermining the success of the game by saying, yeah, it's a lot of its popularity is because everything else is shit.
Yeah.
It's like that could be a possible factor, but like it could also just be a good game. And you might know that if you played it a little bit more than however much you did in 1 week. Which doesn't seem to be a whole lot.
So I'm even thinking, like, in a week's time, I'll say he did 9 hours each day. I don't know his work schedule. I don't know if that's even remotely accurate to what he would have done, right? But let's say 9 hours each day. and we'll do it for 6 of the 7 days. Right, so you were busting ass the whole time, and then the 7th day you had to work on the video, right? So yeah, that's 54 hours. Maybe you could have gotten to Act 2. Maybe it depends on if you just bum rushed everything. So that's just kind of what I think is like maybe that is possible. So it's just one of those like, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't think anybody expected this level of success. I was hopeful that Larian would get it because I think Larian are one of the best developers in the industry. I really do. But it's one of those things of like, man, it's a very niche genre. It's CRPG. RPGs in general are pretty niche, except unless you count like Bethesda's not RPGs as RPGs. But if you count actual RPGs, they're pretty niche, and CRPGs are even more niche than that. So, ooh boy. Yeah, 54 hours about to get to Act 2, yeah. And I in particular didn't do an entire area. I could have gone way further to do another area. But I told my chat like I needed to get Baldur's Gate 3 done before Armored Core 6 dropped, so I kind of rushed things a little bit. Yeah, Scrublord69 says, it's a great game from the sounds of it, in a climate where every other game is bad. There's a reason devs were saying, please don't hold us to the same standard as this. Good is the standard, though. Yes, I agree. This absolutely does set a new standard for what is achievable. Especially because Larian is not a AAA development studio. They're a AA studio, and they're an independent one at that. So you have an independent studio that is entirely self-funded, that is not a AAA game development studio with AAA game developer like numbers of employees and contracts and everything. Holy shit. Like, the fact that they can do this damns every other developer out there. And I don't mean the indies. Obviously, obviously, there's nobody... Well, there's probably some retard on the planet, right? Vincent Martin exists. Ace Thorn exists. Sacred G exists. But there'll be retards out there who will hold an indie development studio that has 3 developers to the same standard for some fucking reason. But most sane people aren't going to hold a 3 dev indie studio to the same standards as Baldur's Gate 3. At least so far, I haven't seen weird criticism like Baldur's Gate 3 is racist, like they did with Witcher 3. At least criticisms, even if bad, towards the game itself. No, there's been tons of Baldur's Gate 3 is racist. It's insane. The stupids are coming out of the woodwork.
I've seen people literally crying over the fucking like racism in the game and shit because my character experienced a little bit of racism. Like literally crying. It's pathetic.
Yeah.
One of them was from a fucking affirmative action land whale, of course.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, you're talking about they're totally in the Dungeons & Dragons scenes for a long time, and they're all about diversity and inclusion in D&D, and I'm like, fuck off.
We are kind of running low on time. We've got about an hour and a half, so...
Viewer got backed into a prolonged, frustrating combat, having been left to randomly explore a new area, only to discover afterwards that it did sod all to get me any closer to my goal. Something made me keep pressing on. Something always made me want to survive this and see what was around the next corner, and I think that comes down to being a just plain, solidly built game in terms of narrative and discovery. I wanted to keep learning more about my situation and my party members, specifically what they kept inside their underpants. It was vaginas.
Yeah, see? So, that was it.
Yeah,
that was it.
That was a really bad review. That told me, like, nothing significant about the game.
Yeah, exactly. So, like I said, there were a few factual errors. It's not his worst thing he's ever done, but it's just it's just bad. And a lot of this would just be solved with, one, give each game the time it needs, right? For something like... Ride Hell Retribution, sure, a week is probably too much time. But for stuff like Baldur's Gate 3 or Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous or Pathfinder Kingmaker or Planescape Torment, well, these much bigger games, give them more time. You like actually experience them and go through it, and then do a proper review.
Yeah. Do you have the other video prepared and ready to go?
Nope, we can grab it like right now.
Okay.
Like, remember, we put it in our chat specifically so we could grab them pretty easy.
Yeah.
I've got. Are you ready?
Yep. I'm ready.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, hang on. It's doing the spiral thing. There we go. Now it's coming. Alright. Whoa! It jumped to 6 minutes, 13 seconds in. Why the fuck did it do that? Alright, back. Back.
Did you have it
Okay,
time
we're
coded,
back,
or
we're
did
back
you
on the video.
watch that far?
No, I didn't watch any of it, so I don't know why it did for that. Or maybe that was Pagan's thing? No, because Pagan's thing doesn't have that in it either. Weird.
Fallout 3 is a game that I feel like you either love or you hate. You either praise it for its amazing atmosphere and fun gameplay, or you bash it for its lackluster writing and characters.
So, I'm going to say right away, I already don't like the characterization that you're bashing it. Maybe
What
this
if you're calling it out for what it does wrong?
Maybe this is just a me thing, but bashing to me seems less like criticizing its actual faults and just shitting on something for the sake of it.
Yeah. That's what bashing comes across to me. You're just doing it just to do it, instead of having any valid
Or
complaints or knowledge of it.
even if you do have valid complaints, it comes across more as a ranty thing to be like, God, I fucking hate that stupid piece of fucking... God, it's such a fucking terrible game. You know, that would be bashing to me. As opposed to, okay, well, this system is shallow for this reason. It doesn't make sense that they remove traits. The story is bad for this, that, these, and those reasons. Yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, the gameplay isn't good, in stark contrast to the fact they said this is going to be the next Call of Duty, Halo, and Gears of War.
Yeah.
That sounds like seething Cree.
Mean. Or at least that's the general vibe I get from the Fallout community, especially on YouTube. Because it seems like every couple of months or so, a Fallout creator is making another fucking 2-hour-long retrospective video on why Fallout 3 is garbage and you shouldn't play it. Here's...
Well, hold on. First of all, and you shouldn't play it. I'm not sure I've seen many people, if any, saying, oh, you shouldn't play this game. Like, I think even in my video I said, you know, if that's the kind of thing you enjoy, to each their own. But these are the reasons why, like, a lot of people don't like this game. It's bad story, it's poor mechanics, so on and so forth. You know?
Yeah, it always feels like these people just insert that bit where if you're criticizing something, you have to be telling somebody to not play the game, even though that's not what you're doing.
I think I did say don't play this game for Saints Row Reboot and Amnesia Stillbirth.
I mean...
You might have, but
those...
I would agree with that one, because...
Yeah, I would agree with that one. I mean, fuck those games. Fuck, like,
those
don't
games
play
are
those.
beyond bad.
Something I was actually thinking about earlier today, too, is I still, from time to time, get the like feeling to play Fallout 3, even though I know I don't like many parts of, well, most of it. But it's the game I can still boot up and enjoy. I can't with Fallout 4. It's just that fucking bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sometimes get the urge to, like, play TTW again, and I'm just like, I could do it, but I'm not.
Also, essentially, it's coming across as a long man bad argument. Oh, people are making 2-hour videos. Length doesn't fucking matter. It takes a lot of time to get your point across in a lot of times. Like, he's showing Super Rad's video right now. That video sucked. But, like, if it had actually been good, there's no reason why it can't be 5 hours long.
Yeah.
one, it's 4 hours long.
My
That's
dude,
5 hours long, you idiot.
I hate when people do this. They do this all the time, where I've had someone complain about my Many a True Nerd response. You made an 8-hour response to a half-hour long video, or an hour-long video. Motherfucker, his video was 2 hours long.
Yeah. It's 2 hours long, and it takes time to actually debunk his points and show evidence for it.
Yeah.
Okay, but I didn't make this video just to shit on other creators. That would be dumb. But rather, I bring these videos up because I think they're part of a larger trend I see within the Fallout community. And to explain what I mean, I need to go back to
The beginning.
oh, sorry, I got some in my throat. Fallout 1 and 2 are good games, but they're also very different kinds of games to the Fallout we know today. They were role-playing.
Oh, sorry, shit, I didn't mean to spawn that. I was going to stop that as like, yeah, they are different. They're competently put together and have a specific theme and narrative around behind them that was lost in Fallout 3 and 4.
Yeah.
But then I heard him say they're role-playing games. And I was like, oh god, how bad of a take are we going to get here?
Oh no.
I just find it funny when he says like he thinks it's part of a larger trend within the community, and it's like, oh no, people are learning how to critically think. No, stop it! Stop!
Stop being able to think for yourself, no!
Remember, thinking is bad.
So, very different kinds of games to the Fallout we know today. They were role-playing games, and by role-playing games, I mean true fucking role-playing games. Playing Fallout 1 in 2023 feels more like playing a D&D campaign than an actual video game. And that's because times changed, technology got better, role-playing games of this type fell out of fashion, Interplay went out of business, and Bethesda made Fallout 3, and turned Fallout from regular RPGs to action RPGs.
It's not even an action RPG. I hate action RPG has been tagged onto everything, right?
Yeah.
Just to
Yeah,
explain,
yeah.
like, an action game that has very minor, basic, like, milquetoast RPG mechanics, maybe no choices or anything in it either. It's like, what the
Yeah, like a fucking Call of Duty game could be considered an action RPG because it has like XP and perks.
yeah, leveling and everything like that. It's so fucking dumb.
Also, just to go back to the long mad bad point again quickly, commented chat, of course it would take a long video to go into detail about a game that can play up to 50 hours in a single playthrough. Yeah. Like, people get really stupid about the video length criticism. Mainly the fact that they make it at all. Like, it's a valid point if you're extremely repetitive and not saying anything, or you do like what we saw in the Super Rad video where you talk 20 minutes about communism, and then you just start describing the game.
Yeah. You don't actually have points. You're literally just saying what's happening on the screen in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but shit like that is so fucking annoying. And a lot of people take the so-called rules of writing and advice way too literally. They're supposed to be fucking guidelines.
Yep.
The whole, like, show, don't tell is like, no, that's a law. You have to show and not tell. It's like, that's fucking stupid. No.
It still bugs the fuck out of me that Many a True Nerd tried making that argument in his videos where, New Vegas tells, it doesn't show, blah, 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 blah. It's like, first of all, your proposed solution is still telling.
Yes.
Secondly, that's not a hard rule written in stone. It makes sense to tell things to get, like, the audience caught up on what's going on in the world. Like, so many, like, games and movies do this, especially movies. You know, you've got the Terminator movies. The first two have a bit of intro narration to explain what's going on. The original Star Wars trilogy, all three of them have the opening crawl that explains basic information to catch you up on where the story is.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a bad thing at all to have something like that start your game off. And
Plus, Fallout 3 basically has something similar. Like, maybe not quite as much as New Vegas, but it still has an intro narration that explains a decent amount of what's happening.
yeah. And there's another. Oh, if you're talking about the whole showing not telling thing, what the fuck do you call a book where it's literally pages with words on them that's telling you what's happening?
Yeah.
Books are bad, okay?
It's just so wild to hear this kind of nonsense. And then like the whole brevity is the soul or the
Oh my
spice of
God.
wit sort of
Yeah.
thing. And it's just like these people, like, that's not even true. There is such a thing as called the over joke, or the joke that overstays its welcome, or the repetitious thing that makes it funny. So you have the joke that happens and it's funny at first, and then maybe it's a little funnier the second time, but then it kind of wears out its welcome. So it's not as funny the third time or the fourth or the fifth time. But it's the fact that the person keeps doing it is what makes it become comical again. It's like the uncanny valley effect of jokes. And there's actually a science to it. There are comedians that dedicate themselves to the science of comedy and how it works and everything. And how you can go into where you'll start telling a joke and it's funny, and then the second time it's still a little bit funnier, but the third time it's starting to peter out. It's overstaying its welcome. The fourth time, fifth time, sixth time, you're losing the audience. You're losing it again. Sixth time, seventh time, still losing it. And then somewhere around like the eighth or ninth time, the fact that you said it again, the audience just like, this is getting ridiculous, and they're just kind of get that little crack of smirk thing. Then you say it again and again, and it goes back up the other side of the valley, where now it's getting funny again. And it's because of the absurdity of the fact of it being overused. Like, the science of comedy is genuinely like a fascinating thing to look into, of how comedy works, joke timings, and everything. But it's just funny because, like, the fact that exists automatically disproves brevity is the soul of wit. That automatically gets rid of it.
Bethesda's vision for the game would be the new formula for Fallouts to come. But then, Fallout New Vegas comes along and combines Bethesda's new open-world action-oriented formula for the franchise and the classic game's better choices, more RPG elements, yada yada yada. You already know how and why New Vegas is good, I don't have to explain it for the 50 bajillion time.
You should, though. Again, to show your work, again, this is why videos get so long. To actually show your work, because you might have an audience member who doesn't know why, and is actually using you as the first source they find. So you need to show your work. You need to cite your sources. You need to explain why.
Not just that, but there are people out there who genuinely think New Vegas is poorly written and bad.
Yeah.
And so on.
You can't just make the assumption everybody knows this, or as you should know, or things like that, or as you know. Like, that's bad assumptions to make.
Second half of the video is titled Why New Vegas is Good. Proceeds now to explain why it is good. Yeah, that tends to happen. We covered a video before talking about how both sides of the fandom were bad. And that video exclusively talked about the New Vegas fandom, and then showed fucking lame-ass comments of, yeah, I was really disappointed in this game as being an example of fucking toxicity in the fandom.
Yep.
That's our old friend. I quit my day job to make Fallout 76 videos full-time.
Yeah.
God, Bad Company Sarge is just... He's just the gift that keeps on giving.
Now, according to some fans, there's an issue. You see, Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas put a much broader emphasis on the story and player choice and whatnot, while Fallout 3's main story is incredibly linear and just not very interesting. And while the side quests are better, many of the choices...
What side quests? What side quests? And what side quests are better than the main story? Because all the side quests are shit.
That feels like something he randomly said to toss Fallout 3 a bone without thinking about it. Because, yeah, most
Yeah.
of Fallout 3's side quests are very short and shallow. And not that good. Like, I will take... Okay, if... Let's say we have a new Fallout game. I would take the 3 best quests from New Vegas, the side quests, and have those be the only quests in the new game, as opposed to Fallout 3's entire list of side quests as being the side content in that game.
Yeah.
Oh, you think that was bad? Just wait a minute. Oh no.
Oh no.
Choices in Fallout 3 boil down if you want to be good or if you want to be evil, which just isn't that deep compared to New Vegas.
Yeah?
But here's a very
Or Fallout 1 and 2. Again, because New Vegas kept the spirit and soul of Fallout, and Fallout 3 didn't.
important point. Just because New Vegas's story is better doesn't mean Fallout 3's is bad.
Okay, first of all...
So that is a technically true statement. Like,
yeah,
that is true. Because something is good does not automatically mean something else is bad.
Yeah,
That's true.
Because The Empire Strikes Back is good, that doesn't mean A New Hope is bad.
Yeah, and because Skywalker Rises or Rise of Skywalker is dog shit doesn't mean A New Hope is good. Like, you can do the reverse of it as well. Like,
Well,
one thing being bad does not mean something else is good by
Yeah.
default, right? Like, no, just because the Nazis were bad does not mean the communists were good.
Yeah.
But so again, it's a true statement. So you're not actually saying what you think you're saying. You're just literally saying a statement that would have to be true. Like, you can't argue that the statement is false, but it's a nothing statement. It's just a word padded statement.
Yeah, it's literally just basic logic.
Yeah. Like, now if you said it makes it look good in comparison, that's different, because now you're automatically saying in comparison it looks better in comparison. Again, you're adding more context to it, but saying, like, because Doritos are bad does not make
McDonald's
El
good.
Rancho better. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing of, like, yeah, that's okay. That's literally sure, it's a true statement, but there's nothing else to work with from that. That you're just saying a true statement and then having nothing with it, and then expecting it proves your point, but it doesn't prove any point. It's just a statement that is itself. Backing up.
Is better doesn't mean Fallout 3's is bad. Because as much as I and many others critique Fallout 3 by comparing it in this way to New Vegas,
Yeah.
I feel like they miss the point. Because, one, any video game is going to look stupid when you compare it to one of the greatest, most acclaimed video games of all time. And two...
Well, again, now you're doing the holding it up on a pedestal thing. And it's like, sure, like, now if I compare any RPG to Baldur's Gate 3, all those other RPGs are going to look lesser than it. There can only be one king at the top. There can only be one best.
Yeah.
Right now, that's Baldur's Gate 3. I'm hoping in the future it gets dethroned, as I always hope anything gets dethroned in the future, because it means, things are getting better and better and better. People are learning and growing and expanding. But, so, like, it's just a weird statement to be like, I'm comparing it to the best of its genre, or the best, in this case, of its series. Like, okay. I mean, sure. Like, why is that a problem? Why is it a bad thing to compare it to that?
Yeah, and it doesn't invalidate any of the, arguments against Fallout 3.
Yeah. Like, I guess I need to understand why it's a bad thing to compare it to the best of its series, or the best of its genre, or the best of gaming. Because he's already said that New Vegas is the best.
Yeah, especially when it's within the same franchise.
Especially when the game's released right next to each other. Like,
yeah.
It's not like fuck. What would be a good example? It's not like comparing. Let's say the very first Call of Duty to whatever the latest one that people actually liked was. You know?
I mean, you can even do that. It'd be like the very first Call of Duty versus Modern Warfare. The first Modern Warfare, it's Call of Duty 4. It's like they're not really comparable because of the jump in genre. And, well, it's in the same genre, but modern military genre versus old World War II genre.
Yeah.
Big difference.
It'd be like comparing Final Fantasy 1 to Final Fantasy, what are we on, 16?
16.
Yeah.
Like, here, it's a lot more appropriate. This is more like comparing Call of Duty 4 to Call of Duty 5. It's much more like, yeah, it's the thing that directly came after it. It's much more comparable between the two.
Yeah.
That's why everyone who ranks Call of Duty games tend to exclude the first three, except for Merc Music. Yeah, and it's understandable, because, again, it is such a tonal shift from Call of Duty 1, 2, and 3, and obviously the expansion, stuff like United Offensive and everything like that, to the rest of the Call of Duty game. It's a huge shift in tone and setting. Oh, I liked Medal of Honor, but I'm gonna tell you right now, the first Call of Duty, oh my god, that was, oh, I was in heaven. I had just been binging shit like Band of Brothers and everything like that, and here I get to play a game that's super Band of Brothers-y, and also had Enemy at the Gates scene for the Russian campaign when you're on the boats, like literally like a 1-for-1 recreation of Enemy at the Gates boat crossing. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was biased towards it. I think it was so fucking good though. Finest Hour was rough, to say the least, for a Call of Duty game. Band of Brothers, hail! Yep. Jesus Christ, though, yeah, that first Call of Duty game, it was... Even though your NPC allies were very pathetic, honestly, all things told, you know, like, they probably weren't going to do much, the fact you had them at all was like a real big shift in how World War II games were portrayed, where it was almost always like the Return to Castle Wolfenstein, the one man versus the Nazis sort of thing. Here, you had dozens and dozens on screen at once fighting the Nazis, or fighting the Japs when it came to later entries of Call of Duty, like World at War, and stuff like that. And it's just like, that's really fucking cool. Like, I'm not gonna lie, when you're attacking Stalingrad, and you're going up the beachhead and everything like that, and you see hundreds upon hundreds of friendly NPCs getting mowed down and blown up and blown apart and everything, or you're doing airborne operations and you have dozens of airborne troopers like attacking from different angles and charging, so like that. That's really fucking cool. I'm sorry, it was really fucking cool. Especially if you had been like me and you were really interested in World War II anyways, and you had just basically been binging Band of Brothers, because Band of Brothers is really fucking good. Like, holy shit.
I found a place to put one of the stickers I got from of those VTubers. It's a very good
Right
place.
between the eyes?
No, I have my keyboard, and there's this little, like, thing at the front of the keyboard that you can rest your hands on. And
Oh, yeah.
yeah, and it comes off. It has a little magnet on it that it'll magnetize to your keyboard. And, you know the loading thing? Like, sometimes people use it as a meme for when someone's thinking? The owl VTuber, Mume. That's what I got there. Go take a picture of it. It's pretty neat.
Nice.
Alright.
Point? Because, one, any video game is going to look stupid when you compare it to one of the greatest, most acclaimed video games of all time, and two, New Vegas isn't the end-all be-all of what a Fallout game should be like. Like, we should...
I mean, no,
Okay.
but it's a pretty good starting point of, like, let's do a really good RPG, and let's base some of these, like, what we're gonna do based on what New Vegas did. Oh, it's got skill checks, let's do that. It's got different factions, let's do that. It's got a whole variety of end slides and, like, companions, detailed companion quests and stuff. It's like, yeah, that's really fucking good. That's some stuff we should carry over to the next Fallout.
And even more so, it's like, it's just one of those things, like, I don't think anybody's, even those of us that really love New Vegas have said it's the best and the be-all, end-all thing. No, I don't think anybody said that. I think it's like, it's a really positive direction for the series, and it keeps to the actual heart of what a Fallout game is supposed to be. It actually feels like a Fallout game.
Yeah, that's the important part. Like, you can make a Fallout game that's completely different from Fallout New Vegas, but so long as it's done well and the core of the game is still there, that still makes it Fallout, then yeah, there's no problem with that.
Yeah, I see your sticker. Jeez.
What?
You're,
What?
you're a dork. That's what.
She's a little gremlin.
Rude!
Yeah. Little gremlin for our, gremlin.
Rude! It is cute. I like where it is.
Yeah.
It's right in the middle.
judge what it is rather than what it isn't. And I'm not...
Also, the other thing I hate is the fact that he's using such a heavily modified version of the game, right?
I'm fine with it as long as he's not showing off, this is what Fallout 3 is really like. This is what New Vegas is really like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I don't like it in any kind of video that's like, why is this one so hated? Why is this one so loved? I don't like it in any kind of videos like that to show modified versions. In either camp, by the way. If he did it for New Vegas as well, I'd still have a problem with it.
Yeah.
I just don't like that in general. I'd be like, your whole thing is this, and people want to see the evidence, like, at some point, so don't show them highly modified version of each game.
Yeah, I agree with that, because especially when, like, Fallout 3, one of the biggest problems is how dead the world is, and if all people see is, like, mods that make it super fertile and everything, like how he has a bunch of trees and stuff, it's like, that's not how the game is.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
giving a false impression of what the game is like.
Yeah.
Or the
that's
fact
true.
that he actually had iron sights in this, or that he has hunger and sleep meters and all that stuff like that. It's like, yeah, no, none of that exists. That's all modded in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. Like, yeah, this is clearly just being used as generic B-roll, but I can see what you mean where, like, he should record B-roll the base game, not modded the fuck out.
Yeah.
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 I'm not saying I can't compare or contrast the two, because they are, in some respects, a 2-for-1 deal. Many of their mechanics are very similar. But what
That's not why they're 2-for-1. It's more that
They're
this
the same-
game took years and years and years, and then the sequel to it was made by a different company, made in less than a year and a half, and it's way better than it in every regard, with way better writing, and is more encompassing of what a Fallout game is actually supposed to be. Like, holy shit. That makes the first one look really bad.
I should check for other super chats in case any others have come in, but I'm going to grab this recent one first. $5 from Cobalt. Thank you. New Vegas isn't the end-all be-all, but every game Bethesda has made has been far below that every time. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's kind
absolutely.
of the point being made, is these games could be done so much better than what they are, and it's just not happening, and it's kind of a problem.
Well, we had Roppar that did one.
Yeah, I've got the thing up here. $5 from Cobalt, thank you. Review of Baldur's Gate. Got an ice pick lobotomy to cure my brainworms. Now I can see the unseen. 10 out of 10. Oh.
Yeah.
$2 from Lore Hunter, thank you. Game journalist level difficulty, maybe. Well, he is a game journalist, and that does seem to be what's implied based on what Setch said.
Yeah, it feels like the AI he was dealing with was very game journalist difficulty level. And it's funny to hear the game journals talk about it like it's still too difficult for them. Like that, it's like, Jesus Christ.
$5 from Austin Ustantine. Thank you. If I ran my games like tactician mode, my players would jump the table and force feed me my own dice. Ah.
I always tell anybody I DM or GM for, depending on the systems or mechanics we use. I always tell them I'm gonna treat it in a realistic sense. I'll give some wiggle room, but I'm not gonna allow for bullshit to happen because of game mechanics. Like if a guy pulls a gun on you and he's holding it to your back, and you know he's only got like I'll just make up a gun, a Feckler 22 that only fires 22, and you know it does 1d8 damage, and therefore it can't kill you no matter what it does. And so you act all big and bad and cocky. I'm gonna actually have it outright kill you. Like, it will kill you. I'll just say it ruptures your appendix and your intestines and everything that start going septic. And even if you get a chance to go around and kill him, you eventually die to your sepsis and your wound. Like, that's kind of shit I do. Or it's the same thing when it comes to like fantasy. If somebody like the assassin sneaks into your room and he has a dagger, and you know that even being a high level assassin, he can only get 2d6 damage for that particular blade, and so now you're acting all big and bad and cocky because you have 102 health, and you know 2d6, if there's 2 to 12 damage isn't going to be much of a scratch to you. I'm just going to say he slits your throat and you bleed out. Like, I'm not going to let you like role play to resist that or anything like that. If that's what you want to be, it's like, no, this is how it's going to happen. Fuck you for trying to use meta knowledge of the game systems to get around it. That's just a fair DM unless someone at the table owes him $5.
5 reals from Ebony Zeity. Thank you. Hey, have any of you fellas watched/read Baki the Grappler? Nope, never heard of it.
Yes, you have.
I have?
Yes, you have. It's the one I've been telling you about that we should watch because it's so terrible that it's fucking amazing and it's on par with JoJo.
Oh!
Yeah, it's that.
Okay, I guess I have heard of it then. I just didn't remember it. I'm sorry.
Yes, I am very aware of Baki the Grappler. I haven't seen the original season 1, but I have seen the Netflix season 2 and 3. And they are not good. Like, I can't say that they're good anime, but they are entertaining as hell. And it's so bullshit, and it knows that it's bullshitting you, and it's kind of endearing in that it's just so funny. Everything about it, I love it, but at the same time, it is very much a guilty pleasure. I do like the music, though. The music in it is really good.
Wait, hang on. Marinescu Andre says, I would call bull to you, Setch. I hope this applied to you as well, Setch. If not, fuck you. What? What do you mean? Like, yeah, I take the stuff seriously, or to the seriousness of the DM. If our DM is all about wacky power game bullshit, I'll get in the mood and I'll do wacky power game bullshit. But if it's the whole, like, the assassin does this and I know he can't get past my armor class, things like that. Like, if I know for a fact that, hey, he's not going to be able to do anything, sure, I'll be a little cocky. And I mean, as in, like, I know I'm literally invulnerable to it. Like, if the DM says he cuts my throat, I'll pull out the fucking rulebook and be like, actually, because of this, this, and this, and you know I like to cast this overnight to make sure I stay alive. If I do stuff like that, it's like, yeah, but it's because I've clearly thought of this situation through. I mean, I am taking the situation seriously. I just know I hold all the cards in the situation. And what I'm talking about, like, player characters who use metagame knowledge to know that, hey, because I've had a long rest, I'm back at max health or whatever, and because of all the healing spells and everything, I know that this guy's dagger can't do anything. He can't kill me, so I'm going to taunt him and pretend I'm all Billy Badass and stuff like that. And I'm like, no, fuck you. I'm not having that bullshit. Now, if you come to me and say, hey, no, I always cast... like, before I go to sleep, and you've seen this from session 0 onwards, I always cast mage armor before I go to sleep on everybody in the party and stuff like that to make sure that when they're not wearing their armor, they at least have some protections. I'll be like, okay, that's fair. I understand that. All right, I will give you that then. You know what I mean? It's one of those things like because I'm rewarding you for thinking ahead.
So I noticed I was muted, and I assumed chat would be saying I was muted reading those super chats if I was muted during that. So I'm going to assume that I wasn't muted during those super chats.
Ooh, I hope so, yeah.
Well, I mean, usually when I'm muted, they'll point it out in chat, and no one has been doing that, so I'm just going to assume the best.
Yeah.
$5 from Rotpar, thank you. First FPS NPC I saw, Strife, Doom Engine FPS RPG, forgotten classic overshadowed by Quake. They marched in place and wandered in circles, but so cool. Yeah, remember, Ross Scott did a game dungeon about that game, and I've been meaning to play it ever since then and haven't gotten around to it. It looks really good. We got that one from Cobalt. $8 from Dileocon. Thank you. Bethesda Games is literally that meme of that in the left is a highly quality drawn horse, and in the right is a poorly drawn horse. Hello, pagan. Yeah, that's a great meme.
Hello.
The degrading quality drawn horse is great.
The Netflix or the OVA? I've only seen the Netflix version. I've not seen the OVA. I've seen clips of the OVA, but I haven't actually watched it yet. I do plan to. I just haven't gotten around to it.
All right.
God, it's so fucking hot in this.
Back to the video.
What is that people use critiquing 3 by comparing it to New Vegas as if it's some sort of gotcha moment as to why 3 is bad.
Well, no, it's not a gotcha moment. It's comparing two similar games in the same franchise, made in the same engine, released like a year and a half to 2 years apart from each other. Like, first of all, it makes sense, but like, New Vegas is such a step up over Fallout 3 in many of its qualities, and especially character interaction and choice, that it makes sense to say, hey, this is why Fallout 3 is lacking in this area or that area or whatever. Like, keep in mind, people will often reference Fallout 1 and 2 as well for, like, why Fallout 3 falls short, but New Vegas is the easiest example to use because the games are so similar in terms of the engine they're built in and the time they're released.
Mm-hmm. And I personally, the way I look at it too is like you can also use it as a thing like this one had a much larger team and years to develop. This one had a much smaller team and a year and a half. And the one that was done with a much smaller team in a year and a half has way more content, way more build variety, way more thought put into it, actual new systems and mechanics like the Wild Wasteland, more quests and content, better writing and story and visuals. Like, damn, that's a lot of impressive work for a much smaller team with a lot less time.
Yeah.
Like, that is pretty damning against Bethesda's Fallout 3.
One is that 3 was made by a different studio who made different decisions, for better or for worse.
And for worse. Absolutely for worse.
Okay.
Again, as what I was basically saying was, like, it doesn't matter that it was from a different studio. You can just compare the two. It's like Bethesda was a much larger studio with a lot more money and a lot more development time. Obsidian was a much smaller studio working on a mercenary budget and had very little time and had deadlines they had to hit and were actually pushed ahead because of Bethesda. And they still made a game that was way better in every regard.
Not just that, but this is a stupid argument for a different reason, because a lot of games are compared to, like, games from entirely different franchises, too. Like, well, to use a recent example, I was comparing the shooting in Fallout 4 to Half-Life 2 and Black Mesa, Fear, Dusk, 7 Days to Die, and I think there's another one I'm not remembering off the top of my head. Call of Duty. That was it. It was Call of
I
Duty
wish-
Modern Warfare.
I wish you had gone a little bit further in Fear to get the shotgun, because Fear shotgun is like one of those. When you get it, and the first time you go into slow mo, and you just have that infinite like generic heavenly music that everyone plays, the as you're just watching things get blown to pieces, and like the different pellets flying with their own vapor trails and everything is just, oh god.
I've gotten multiple comments on that video from people saying the Fear shotgun is one of the best shotguns in all of gaming.
It really is. And going into slow-mo with it and just blowing people to smithereens, or even if it slightly misses and you hit one guy and you see blood splatter and stuff shatter, maybe a little bit of sparks as it pings off of their gun, and maybe it hits like a filing cabinet and blows it open as well at the same time. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, it's heavy.
The point I'm getting at here is that, yes, you can compare different games by different studios to each other, because it's a way of showing how effective like they get their mechanics into the game and work, like, and their story. You can compare story examples from different series, franchise. You can even, like, shock horror, compare the story of a game to the story of a movie and how well, like, big plot moments are delivered and handled and acted.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because let's just say, for example, you have a character in Fallout 3 that they go, oh my god, there's someone chasing me, they're gonna kill me, and then they run away, and you're like, man, that acting is really bad. Let's compare this to, like, a movie, and then you show a clip of someone that is actually acting terrified that someone is chasing them. That would be a good example to show that, like, yeah, you can act this better. You're like, yeah, they're two different mediums of entertainment, but that doesn't excuse that the voice acting would be so poor in the Fallout 3 example. You know? But going back to the whole game mechanic thing, like, I don't know, it does make sense to me to compare how mechanics are handled to entirely different franchises. Like, yeah, you can compare, again, using shooting as the example, because that's an easy one to use. You could compare the shooting of, like, the Halo games to the Call of Duty games to a bunch of different indie FPS games to fucking whatever else, to show that, like, why shooting is or isn't better.
Yeah.
Or to use another example, the dialogue skill checks that Baldur's Gate 3 has, you could compare that to Fallout 3 or New Vegas or any other game that's supposed to be an RPG, you know?
Yeah.
Yep. Or as one that we have used in the past, which is comparing stuff like Skyrim to Dark Souls.
Yeah.
And why it falls short.
Yeah, and ours were, like, particular examples of, like, Skyrim weapon variety. Like, it's like, sure, you have maces and you have axes and swords, but they all feel and function identical.
They're all the exact
even if
same
you get
weapon,
their little...
and the only difference is cosmetic for the most part. There's a slight bonus if you take a certain perk that does, like...
Oh, you bypass some armor with the mace. Oh, you cause bleeding with the axe. Oh, you know.
Yeah.
It's really lame. And then we even showed it in the Skyrim video when Kreese showed Dark Souls, and he's like, here he has a club. He's not even upgraded. He goes up and he attacks skeleton with it and knocks a skeleton to pieces. It's like, that's a huge difference in and of itself.
Yeah. So yeah, this is just a weak-ass argument that, oh, they're different games by different companies.
Yeah.
This entire argument is based on what I like to call New Vegas purism. It's this idea that 1, 2, and New Vegas are the only true Fallout games, and when Bethesda deviates...
Oh, hang on, let's hear what he says. Sorry, I was going to say yes, and, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's hear
it. From the way these games did it, that is entirely bad, and they should have done it how the originals did it. A good...
Yes! That's because, again, you have what a series is about. What is the heart and core of a series? In Fallout 1 and 2, it wasn't dungeon exploring and loot grinding and stuff like that. That wasn't the heart of Fallout 1 and 2. So, Bethesda not keeping to that and making it a dungeon looter shooter instead is a problem.
Yeah, and this could be said about any game. Like, this isn't just something that applies to Fallout only. If you're making another game in the same franchise and you decide, well, let's just do something completely different to the point that it's irrecognizable from the rest of the series, yeah, I'd say you're probably making a mistake there.
Yeah,
especially if it's not executed well, which they did not.
And again, what else is Fallout 1 and 2 about? Well, it's about the diversity of factions, their different opinions on the wasteland, how things should be run, what their ideologies are. Fallout 3, you don't have that. Again, it's just a generic dungeon crawler looter shooter, which is really fucking sad. That's not what Fallout was ever about. New Vegas went back to its roots and made it about a diverse number of factions with their own ideologies and philosophies on how the wasteland should be run and what they believed in, competing with each other.
Yeah, and just to make it clear too, a lot of Bethesda's decisions with Fallout 3 would be totally excusable if this was the first game in its own franchise.
Yes.
Where it wasn't built upon a franchise that existed a decade prior. When you take that old series and make a new entry in that series, and then you deviate so hard from it that it's nearly unrecognizable, like, yeah, that's a big issue. New Vegas didn't invent the end slides. That was something that was part of Fallout 1 and 2. We get end slides in Fallout 3, but they're not based really on any of the choices you make. None of the ones with narration are, except for, are you good or evil? Did you poison the water or not?
Yeah.
It's like paying lip service to the whole point of what having end slides were in the first place. It's imitating without understanding why they were there.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like Bebop flicks versus Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah.
It imitated the overall plot points of the movie for the casino heist versus the old
entire
Cowboy
show.
Bebop movie.
The entire show.
Yeah. But I was saying this is a good example, and I'm
Yeah.
trying to plug your fucking video here.
No, I know. I'm just mentioning that the entire show is like that too. I do appreciate the plug.
Yes. But again, it's the imitation without understanding. So it does the same beats, but it's changed things. It doesn't understand why the beats were done the way they were.
Yeah.
Like, oh, Jet came down from the ceiling. Yeah, but in the movie, he came down through a vent that was there, and it surprised the guy because who the fuck's going to come down through a vent? It caught him off guard. It did its intended purpose.
And
meanwhile,
and he was taking cover behind shelves.
Yes. And meanwhile, in the fucking Netflix abomination, he digs through the fucking ceiling. There's no vent there. There's no pipe work or anything. He just literally dug a hole through the ceiling.
And not only that, the two people that he surprises there are both standing out in the open, not behind cover, when the guy they're shooting at potentially has a gun and could shoot back at them. They're just being stupid. The example of this I like a lot more is the whole headphones thing, because it's a perfect example of, like, copying something from the source and not understanding why it was there. In the original, Spike was wearing the headphones because he was listening to music. It was part of his whole ploy to get close to the robbers and get the drop on them. In the remake, in the Netflix version, he's got the headphones on too. And then he wanders out of the elevator and somehow doesn't see the people directly in front of him. Then he takes the headphones off, acknowledging that they're there, and then he kicks a coin at them to fucking knock them out. It's like, why even fucking have the headphones? You didn't gain anything from having them.
Yeah, what he should have done is, if they wanted to keep the same spirit of the theme of the thing as well, knowing that there's only one way in, right? So now he's going to have to act extra hard. He should have had his eyes closed, and when the doors open, he's mumbling and singing to himself and, like, snapping his fingers, stuff like that, and he walks out casually, like, trying to be like, he comes to the casino so often, he knows exactly where everything is. It's so mundane to him. And then he just walks in, and it requires one of the robbers to come up and strip the headphones off of him. Therefore, he's now got the advantage. He pulled the robber in close to him.
Yeah.
That would have kept the same spirit of what that scene was supposed to do.
Yeah, absolutely. That would have worked so much better.
Then it also would have been a great contrast to further let the audience in on the fact that he planned this, he knew what he was doing, when suddenly he's just gear shifts. He's no longer seeing any of that. He looks deadly focused on the situation that's taking place, that's going on. The moment he did that, and you realize, he was playing a part to disarm one of the robbers and get an advantage on getting into the room, because this room only had a single entrance. And it was an entrance you really can't get into any other way. Like, you have to go up the elevator. Like, that would have been clever. It would have made you realize that Spike was being clever.
Good example of this idea is how people often claim that Bethesda's writers are incompetent, or that they
They are.
don't
They are.
understand Fallout, which
They
They
don't.
don't.
I
They
don't
don't.
think is really true.
Okay.
It is true.
Okay, you're going to need to explain this, because there are plenty of fucking examples to show that they don't know or care what Fallout is, and that they're fucking incompetent. They constantly, especially in Fallout 4, they constantly contradict themselves with pretty much fucking everything.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really bad. And you could just look at all the stuff we've covered with, like, Emil's speech and his interviews and stuff. They don't understand anything about Fallout, and they are so incompetent at writing. And they literally stuck with a fucking mechanic that they knew didn't work because, it's too late and we're too lazy to actually try and fix anything.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like, there's so much evidence backing up the fact that they are incompetent and they don't care. Hell, just look at Fallout 76 and what they allow that studio to do to it. They don't care.
Yeah.
As go ahead.
I was gonna say, Emil's speech is really a noose around their necks right now. That just Emil's speech on writing is all the evidence that we would need to just show this guy's like, listen to Emil's speech here and tell us that he isn't incompetent, lazy, and doesn't understand Fallout, please.
As to the point of their incompetence, you had no concept of the passage of time frozen in the vault. Is it really so hard to believe that your son is now a 60-year-old man? Cut to a few missions later. The reason I let you out into the wasteland was I was curious if after all this time you would come looking for me. These two things do not line up. At fucking all. They are contradictory. They cannot possibly be the same person's perspective.
Mm. Like, I let you out into the hellish abomination of a post-apocalypse just to see if you could survive. And it's like...
Not just to see if you could survive. Like, that's retarded, but that's to explain away why the entire first half of the game even exists. But it's his wording specifically, I wondered if you'd come after me, after... Bleh. I wondered if you would come find me after all this time. But the whole point is, like, you had no idea the concept of... you had no idea the passage of time. So...
Yes.
Is it so hard to believe that I'm actually your son?
Yeah,
and...
so it would have been like, the person wouldn't know if it was 5 minutes later or 500 years later.
Yes.
If they didn't have any concept of time, why would you expect them not to immediately go look for the last thing they physically remember, which is their child being kidnapped?
Yes. I'd say it's a pretty good example of fucking writer incompetence.
Yes.
Things that spurred me on to make...
Or we just do Fallout 3, because he's just talking about Fallout 3, right? Writer incompetence. There is a massive water crisis going on. Nobody talks about needing water, or struggling for water, or, like, begging for water, or Like that we need to find a source of water. Nobody seems to be struggling with this except for like in the entirety of the game, 6 NPCs.
Yes.
Like that's fucking absurd.
That is dire. It should be everyone's primary concern. Especially towns like Arafu, where it's like, where are they getting their clean water from? They don't have a plant. Yeah, they live over a pond. How fucking dirty do you think that pond water is?
Mhm.
But there's other examples like, no, friend, we all have our destinies, and I will not rob you of yours. Oh, so you're just sending me in to die. Okay, cool, thank you. I always wanted to die a horrible, painful, miserable death. Because it's apparently my destiny. Or the whole fucking Autumn's magic radiation immunity that only he has and only works for him. The one entire instance in the game where he needs it. But when you need it in the exact same situation, it just simply doesn't exist.
Writers are incompetent or that they don't understand Fallout, which I don't think is really true. So one of the things that spurred me on
Okay, so again, he just made that as a statement, but like it would have been nice if you tried to provide any sort of counter evidence
Yeah.
to them not being incompetent and them not understanding Fallout.
Hopefully he's getting to that, but it doesn't feel like
It doesn't sound like it.
Yeah.
to make it's a video by 20sided called Bethesda Never Understood Fallout.
Yes.
And if you want to
Good
see
video.
what I mean when I'm talking about New Vegas purism, watch this video, because it is a textbook example of it. In this video, he makes a lot of comparisons between the classic and modern Fallout games, and he criticizes the modern games because they didn't do it like the classics. And he pins all of this on Bethesda just not understanding Fallout, as if
Can you show one of his arguments or, like, explain one of his arguments itself to get this point across rather than just talking in vagaries?
Yeah. Like
Yeah,
give
you're not
exact
showing-
detail.
if just made these decisions because they were incompetent rather than having good reasons for making the game that they made. And if you watch Bethesda's retrospective videos they released for Fallout's 25th anniversary, you see Todd Howard talking a lot about how it was very important for Fallout 3 to feel like a worthy successor to the classic games.
That's just him playing lip service and hype man. That's
Yeah,
all
that doesn't
he's doing.
mean anything. All that matters is what we get. It doesn't matter what he said about the game before or after. What matters is what we got.
Like, you want to see something fucking incredibly impressive in comparison? Watch Todd Howard talk about how it was very important to be a worthy successor versus when Sven Venka, during the unplanned Ask Me Anything they did, because they were having technical issues on the last panel from Hell, when he gets asked the question, what makes you think Baldur's Gate 3 will be a worthy successor to Baldur's Gate 1 and 2? And the answer Sven gives is absolutely incredible. And you could tell the amount of passion that he has in it. It is an incredible answer. It is one of the best answers I have ever heard a developer give when asked such a hard question just out of nowhere. Because there was no planning for this to be an AMA or to ask questions and take questions from the audience or the chats or anything like that for when this came up. They were having technical issues and like, okay, well, we'll just ask some questions to pass time and give tech some time to fix the issue. And holy shit, it was absolutely an incredible answer. I actually cut out the entire thing and have it saved so I can show people. It's like, this is the answer. Like, this is really fucking good. Holy shit, you're dick riding the fuck out of Baldur's Gate 3. It's not dick riding it, it's giving it the respect it actually deserved and earned. Like, Larian actually put the time and effort and work into it. It's not dick riding. I'm actually holding it to standards, and it actually meets those standards and surpasses those standards.
No, Seth,
That's what having standards is for.
No, Seth, shut up. Anytime you say something good about anything, you're dick riding it.
Yeah, apparently. Well, you know, when you're a mentally retarded child, yeah, I guess.
Tim Kaine, the creator of Fallout, to approve of what they were doing with the franchise. Now, obviously,
Appeal to
And by the way,
authority.
yeah, it's appeal to authority, but if you've ever heard Tim Kaine actually talk about it, he says there are lots of issues he has with it, and he wouldn't have gone that way, and he thinks there's problems with it all over the place.
Yeah.
When it's not in Bethesda's particular video where they can edit people and take them out of context. Like, that's the thing that's fucking insane, right? Is that most people are like, oh yeah, he would have said it there. He's like, would he? Maybe he did, and maybe they just didn't air that part where he said that he was disappointed in Fallout 3, or that it didn't follow Fallout's formula or anything. Like, that's an issue here. That's that whole thing where, who was it that actually brought up the Tim Kaine interview where he got asked by his streams, and he went into detail on it, and then they tried to like make him say stuff he didn't actually say. What video was that? Oh, it was Vincent Martin's video. It was the Vincent Martin video where Vincent Martin didn't understand what Tim Kaine was saying, and when you actually listen to what Tim Kaine was saying, it actually goes against what Vincent Martin said he was saying. Oh my god, no, I'll push back against that. Baldur's Gate 3 is very mid. I disagree with that strongly. Made by a completely different studio.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter who made it. If it's good, it's good. And people enjoy the game due to how stale the gaming landscape is now. Sure, some will like it because gaming is just so piss poor, but no, Baldur's Gate 3 is genuinely a really fucking good game. Fucking Baldur's Gate 3 is mid. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, no, you're gonna have to
Cite
do some like
sources,
heavy.
jackass.
Yeah, you need some like heavy work to prove that because there's so much evidence against it right now.
Just quickly too, I know we're making good progress through the video, but I want to make sure I'm not late for this other thing. We are on a bit of a time limit.
Yeah.
of the classic games, and how they wanted Tim Kaine, the creator of Fallout, to approve of what they were doing with the franchise. Now, obviously, this is a corporate promotional video, and they can say whatever they want. But
yeah, no shit. Why didn't you consider that before fucking throwing it out there as evidence that they really, really care?
Yeah, and now he's gonna...
instances of them shitting over the lore and just fucking things up, proving they don't care. Oh, ghouls don't need food anymore. Oh, Harold is fucking...
in the East Coast somehow by walking all the way from the West Coast for some fucking reason.
All the major factions from the first two games just so happen to be on the East Coast in the exact same region. The exact same little square of land that exists in this part of the world. Also, super mutants are retarded here now because fuck you. Super mutants are retarded in Fallout 4 as well because fuck you. We're not going to do anything interesting with them. They're just going to be rage beasts. They're essentially raiders, but bigger.
And then, of course, you have the really annoying fucking ghouls need water, but no, not really thing where they contradict constantly within, like, between games, but also within the same game.
Yeah,
It's so bad. It's so fucking bad.
consider Kaine, who is not affiliated with Bethesda, has said multiple times that he likes Fallout 3 and thinks it is a worthy successor.
No,
safe
it
to
doesn't
say
matter.
many dis-
That's an appeal to authority.
And also, he doesn't say it's a worthy successor. You could just show he enjoyed it. I enjoy Ride to Hell Retribution. It's dog shit. I enjoy it because it's so fucking pants on head stupid. It's like how I enjoy the Yakuza movie. It is complete ass, but it's enjoyable to watch. Like, dude, you need to actually show him doing these things. Or saying, again, we could show you the Tim Kaine interview where he talks about how Bethesda didn't get it and they didn't understand what Fallout was.
decision made with the classic Fallouts in mind. So claiming Bethesda never understood Fallout just doesn't really make sense.
But it does when you show how many times they contradict what's already there. And they just don't
it's so
give a shit.
superficial.
And when their fucking PR guy comes out and says, yeah, we're not going to be beholden to something someone wrote 20 years ago.
Yeah, so
Yeah, Pete
outright
Hines.
admitting they're going to just fucking ignore canon and lore.
Or Pete
Because
Hines...
the game's old, son.
Or Pete Hines essentially telling a a fan of the series and games, a customer, to fuck off because Fallout is a game with talking mutants and ghouls.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they
Yes,
have
there
no
is a Yakuza
respect
movie.
for it.
Yakuza movie. It's the room level movie. It's so bad it's funny. Yep. It genuinely, it 100% is. It's really bad.
Because if you actually respected, like, the thing you're making a sequel to, you wouldn't make a lot of these fucking blunders where you just trample and shit over the lore for no reason. Why does Kid in a Fridge exist? I don't know, we want to make a quest about a kid in a fridge for some reason.
Yeah.
But, like, it shits over, like, established lore. You don't... Like, I guess you can do that by accident, but if you are doing that by accident, that means you're not fucking paying attention and don't care. Anyone who cares wouldn't make that mistake.
Yeah, and I don't like that he's completely ignoring the context. He's just taking this statement at, like, face value and then saying that it must be true when all you have to do is look at what they meant by that by looking at the game. Oh, they had the original Fallouts in mind when they made this game. Okay, well, how did they do that? Well, they took all those superficial aspects of the originals and inserted it into this game without even thinking about how it would make sense for any of these things to be this way. It's so superficial. None of it is actually looking at the core of the game. It's just saying, oh, well, there's power armor. Oh, well, there's ghouls. Oh, well, there's super mutants. Oh, well, there was a nuclear bomb. That's all we need. That's enough. That's basically Fallout.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they did.
To circle back to the title question, why is Fallout 3 so hated by fans? Well, I think a lot of it just boils down to unjustified hatred for the decisions Bethesda has made for Fallout.
Oh, whatever. Unjustified my ass.
What unjustified? What one? What's unjustified?
Explain how they're unjustified. There's plenty of, like, not just mine, there's other videos out there of people criticizing these games for their failings. You showed one of them. You showed H Bomber Guy's video where he explains a lot of the problems with Fallout 3. Mr. Caption's videos are out there. I know there's more. I can't remember them all off the top of my head. Indigo Gaming's video is out there. It's a very big, popular video. So, if you think this is unjustified, take some of those arguments and explain why they're unjustified. Why is Indigo Gaming unjustified when he says, yeah, Lamplight is dumb because it takes away your choice in a game all about choice. It prevents you from taking any hostile or threatening actions in this area arbitrarily because there's kids there. Explain why he's wrong in, like, why that's unjustified hate.
Yeah, you can't just say that it's unjustified and then not show any, like, counter. Like, you can't show no examples. You have to show something. What would you consider to be an invalid critique of this game? You have to actually show that critique. You can't just say, "Oh, well, it's all unjustified, all of it." Fuck off. You can't just do that. You need to show your work. You need to show how they're wrong. You can't just say they are wrong. It's almost like maybe if you actually took more than fucking 6 minutes or whatever, 8 minutes to make a video, maybe you could actually show those fucking points instead of bitching about people making a 4-hour video.
Yeah.
Have you ever considered why people make 2 and 3 and 4 and 10-hour long videos on the subject? Maybe there's a reason for it. Maybe they're showing their evidence for why their hatred of the game is actually justified, rather than you just assuming the worst and fucking writing them off as being fucking idiots who are hating for the sake of hating. God, I can't stand people like this.
Yeah, I can't stand it either. And you know these type of people will never watch those videos to actually see if what is being criticized is actually correct or not. They'll just say, oh, well, you made an 8-hour video, so therefore it's bad. I don't need to watch it. I already know it's bad.
Yeah.
It's like, motherfucker, I could say the exact same thing about your video then. Oh, you made an 8-minute video about a game from fucking 2008. Oh my god.
You made an 8-minute video about a game that has however many hours of content you want to say it has. So, like, you clearly can't talk about all of that in 8 minutes, so... Alright.
Yeah, so you clearly just rushed it through, and there's nothing of substance or quality in this video.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bethesda has made for Fallout. And let me be clear, because I don't want to come off like I'm a Bethesda shill or something.
It's a little too late
Too
for that,
late.
my friend.
Yeah, too late.
Everything you've said so far pretty much paints that picture.
Because I'm really not. God knows I and every other Fallout fan on this earth have disliked many decisions they have made with both Fallout 3 and especially 4 and 76. But a lot of people turn that into Bethesda's Fallout isn't true Fallout, only the games made by the original developers are good, and
I feel
No,
like
no.
this is poisoning the well a bit too by calling it Fallout Purist, because that has negative connotations. Like, what if they're just right, though? What if Fallout 3, 4, and 76 are so removed from what Fallout is, does so much damage to what the series is, that we'd genuinely be better off without them?
Yeah, and it's true, we would be. And again, it doesn't have to be the original developers. A lot of people on the Obsidian team weren't the original developers. Yeah, they had some in there, but Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas were made by different peoples. Like, as a whole, I should say.
Yeah.
Sure, you had some people that worked on Fallout 1, that worked on Fallout 2, that worked on New Vegas. But the majority, I'd say, didn't. They just understood what Fallout was and what it was about.
If you consider him a Bethesda shill, would it be fair that I can call you an Obsidian shill? No, because I don't fucking shill for Obsidian. I've played one of their games. One. I've played an hour or two of Outer Worlds, and I didn't get past that. I don't praise Outer Worlds as being one of the best games ever.
Yeah.
Like that's not how. God, I fucking hate these people so much.
Well, I mean, this is the same retard that talked about dick riding before. Like, it's the same dumbass.
I love you, Creetosis. Thank you, but you have to realize the argument you just made about considering me an Obsidian shill is ridiculous, right?
Especially when we've criticized stuff about New Vegas and have openly said that it's not,
It's not
a
the be all
perfect
end all. We even said that in this fucking STAG stream. It's not the be all end all.
We can look past some of the stuff because of how short the time span they had was, but because of that short time span, it did hurt the game. There's a lot of things that just didn't get added that should have been there. There's a lot of problems with the game, especially when it first came out, because of how rushed it was. But
yeah,
but look at what they
getting any of the Legion content.
The Legion stuff is really bad.
Really fucking good.
Yeah, that's a big one. But then you can also look at this in the context of that and be like, okay, it was rushed and it did hurt the game. There's a lot of stuff missing here, but at the same time, look how much they put in the game. Look how much is there. Look how well they did everything else. And then compare that to Bethesda, much larger studio and had way more time with Fallout 3. And what did they do?
Yeah.
Not even close to what New Vegas did.
And when you compare the quests, you take Come Fly With Me and GI Blues, which are some of the best quests in New Vegas, and you compare them to anything Fallout 3 and 4, and it just blows them out of the water. In terms of quality, writing, choices, nothing in Fallout 3 and 4 come close to that in terms of, the kind of choices you can do that have, varied outcomes that affect the world.
Yeah.
What are some of the negative aspects of New Vegas? I'm just interested in your view. Well, recent one I found out about was the fact that aim down sights just teleports you into that position rather than going there, seeing an animation of you lifting your gun. I don't like that.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard not to see that now. It's ugh.
Yeah.
The lack of inertia. There's a lot of just again, because the game was rushed, there was a lot of bugs, and a lot of those bugs are still there. It's still a very buggy game. And we just mentioned the Legion stuff. There was a huge portion of stuff that just didn't get added because there wasn't enough time to flesh out the Legion, which just makes them kind of a they're kind of a one-note faction because of it.
Yeah. And
Yeah. There's
one-
lots of depth alluded to there, and you can get into a lot of interesting philosophical conversations and dialogues about it. But because we don't get to see them as a functioning society, we don't get to see their towns that aren't in battle or how their society actually functions. All we have is their word for it. And I'm sorry, but you can't always take the word of a conquering army, at face value.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honest
Also-
Hearts, good. I like the DLC, but it's like it's fairly weak. I love Joshua Graham, great character, but he's like the only thing that holds up that entire DLC.
I don't like how in One for My Baby, when you're taking someone out in front of the dinosaur statue to have Boone kill them,
Oh yeah,
you'll just tell them, hey, come follow me, I've got something to show you. And I'm pretty sure every character that you can use for that will just follow you unquestioningly.
yep. They just do it, and it doesn't even matter what reputation you have with the town. You could literally be like a nobody, unknown person, and they will still follow you.
And you don't have to
Yeah.
convince them by any way.
Yeah, it's really weird that you just like there's not even a speech check to convince them to come with you. It's
Like, it
literally
just-
just a dialogue option.
It immediately turns them into a follower and they start following you.
Well, they actually walk there and you have to follow them,
Do they?
which can be really annoying. Yes, because sometimes they get stuck and I have to push them over like rocks and stuff because they'll just get stuck. And I'm like, oh my god, would you just move?
And everything is a cheap imitation. When, yes, Bethesda have made bad decisions for the franchise, but that doesn't mean that it was all bad and all their Fallout games suck.
So, first of all, I will agree that it doesn't mean every choice is bad. I'm sure there's
Yeah.
a few good choices in there you can... Like, I pointed out an example in part 2 of what I thought was good writing with that scribe chick, like, pleading with you to spare Dance. That's a good little moment. That doesn't offset the rest of the game being utter dog shit. What was the second point he made?
What, right here?
Yeah, hold on.
Imitation. When, yes, Bethesda have made bad decisions for the franchise, but that doesn't mean that it was all bad and all their Fallout games suck.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
all their Fallout games
Fallout
suck.
games do suck.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
they do
again,
suck.
that
Now,
could be entirely independent of it. It's like, sure, there could be some good ideas in there. Like, I actually like the laser musket in concept, but in execution, it's stupid. Why does it use ammo? The whole point of it being the laser musket should be that you power it by doing the wind-up crank, not you're doing the wind-up crank so you could fire off a projectile, an actual limited ammo resource. Like, that, then I could see a reason for the laser musket existing, is the fact it's an infinite ammo laser gun.
yeah, it's too bad it wasn't implemented that way. But yeah, if it worked that way, that would have been great.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, it would make sense why you would spend resources making these laser muskets to begin with.
Yeah, I think you could definitely argue that there is a lot of good ideas that Bethesda put into these games, but to argue that their Fallout games don't suck, it's like, no, I'm sorry. You can argue that there's good ideas in them, sure, there are. There's definitely some stuff I prefer over the originals in the Bethesda games, but does that make them good Fallout games? No.
Well, see, the way I look at the laser musket, and the way it should have functioned, is that is an infinite ammo laser gun that requires you to use the crank to charge the internal capacitor to fire off the laser beam.
Yeah.
That's the way it should have worked. And then that would have made sense why people would waste resources making it. Because, again, when I say waste resources, everything requires resources, right? If you have one block of iron
We're on a
or
time
any
limit.
kind of steel. Yeah, I'm doing this quickly. If you have one block of steel and you can make a laser musket that requires additional ammo, or you can make 6 or 7 10mm pistols and you have more 10mm ammo, why wouldn't you make the pistols? They'd
Yeah.
just be better in every regard. But if you have an infinite ammo weapon that doesn't need any ammunitions, you just have to manpower crank it. Yeah, I can understand why you would make it then. It would actually make sense.
Also, as far as Fallout 4's combat goes, the combat moves way too fast for a wind-up weapon to be fucking useful. It is obnoxious. Like, there's footage of me using that in the analysis, part 4, where it's just like, yeah, this sucks to use.
Exactly. It's kind of like the recharger guns, but requiring you to power it. Exactly. Then, like I said, then it would make sense to waste resources on it.
Yeah, at least the recharger guns let you shoot more than one shot before you have to crank it again.
Yeah.
And side point out how fucking elitist this argument is.
Oh my god.
Because these games are often more complex, especially Fallout 1 and 2, so claiming that these are the only true Fallouts just reeks of gaming elitism and...
Shut the fuck up with elitism. It's such a nothing argument to dismiss genuine fucking points people make. Make a real point or fuck off.
Yeah, this isn't an argument. This doesn't help you in any way. It doesn't make you correct in any way by assuming, because that's the thing. You're assuming that this is what they believe because they dare to criticize these games. One, that's not how it fucking works. And two, the idea that, yeah, sure, elitism can be bad. But, and I'm gonna lump this in with gatekeeping because that's where it always leads. They always lead to gatekeeping when they talk about this. Gatekeeping isn't always fucking bad. Sometimes you do need to gatekeep your communities and not let certain people in. Some people are only there to destroy the thing you like. They're not there for any genuine love of the property. Okay? A lot of people are just there because, oh, well, it needs to be more inclusive. It needs to fit more with my political ideology. I don't care about the game. I just want my agenda to be inserted into it. Fuck those people. They don't need to be in your community.
Not just that, but I'm confident I could speak for Pagan and such when I say this. We would fucking love it if Bethesda made a genuinely, like, really good RPG Fallout game that is faithful to the lore and doesn't shit over everything.
Yes.
It's not about who made it or when they were made or anything. It's about the quality of each individual game. There's a reason there's a big divide between the classics in New Vegas versus the Bethesda games, and it's not because they were made by two different companies. It's because of the quality of each individual game is split along those lines.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would love for Bethesda to make a fucking 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 Fallout game, but they're not going to do it on their current trajectory.
And I get that the...
yeah, there it goes. It always goes to gatekeeping every time.
Cut off for me. Cut off for me.
He literally said gatekeeping as the very next word.
So claiming that these are the only true Fallouts just reeks of gaming elitism and gatekeeping.
And
I get that the main reason for that is because Bethesda likes to simplify a lot of their games to appeal to a larger audience, but that's a valid decision, and it's one of the reasons that Fallout is...
Okay, so if we go along with this for just a second, they like to simplify their games to appeal to a wider audience. First of all, I think Baldur's Gate 3 just disproved that. Secondly, sure, maybe that's a choice they can make, and maybe they can make a good Fallout game with reduced RPG mechanics. But first of all, people also really love New Vegas. And secondly, that still doesn't apply to, like, the story and lore that they constantly fuck over. A lot of the problem with the modern Fallout games isn't necessarily that they're not RPGs, that is a big part of it. It's that they're fucking over the lore and history of the series to do their own thing.
Yeah,
that's what
and a big
tends
thing
to get people most annoyed with it.
Yeah, and a big thing is, you know, there's streamlining something, which can be good. There's nothing wrong with streamlining something in a series. The problem is what he's specifically referencing, dumbing down. Yeah. There's a big difference between streamlining something to be better and quicker and just straight up dumbing it down. Yeah.
Streamlining to me is making things more understandable to the average person and making them easier to use without simplifying them. Dumbing down is reducing complexity for the sake of the idiots who you think your customers are that you're selling your game to.
It's like, look at Space Station 13 versus Trouble in Terrorist Town.
Yeah.
And for anyone that doesn't realize, Trouble in Terrorist Town was literally inspired by and created because of Space Station 13.
And then look at Among Us, which was probably inspired by Trouble in Terrorist Town, and simplified even further.
Yeah, And again, that's the streamlining. It's streamlining to the heart, the essence of it, while keeping the heart of it still true. It's streamlining to the paranoia, not knowing who you can trust in it.
Oh, I heard
Like,
Fallout
that's-
4 is about not knowing who you can trust.
Yeah, yeah. Oh god.
So known today. Hell, most of everyone watching wouldn't even know what Fallout is if not for Bethesda.
Oh my God.
Fuck up. Shut
I
the
am
fuck up.
so sick
Fuck
of this
up.
fucking argument. Shut the fuck up. You're wrong. You're just wrong. Someone else would have picked up the IP. They were already
trying.
making. They were already making Van Buren, you fucking idiot. If Bethesda hadn't fucked them over, they would have made Van Buren. So people still would have known.
This is immediately how to know when someone is being a fucking well, not being, when someone is a fucking retard, is when they make this argument. If someone makes this argument, they're not worth listening to. Oh, most of the people who know about Fallout now wouldn't even know about it if it wasn't for Bethesda. No, shut the fuck up. That's not how it works.
Bethesda saved
doesn't-
the franchise.
It's not
Like, no.
inherently a good thing that more people know about the series. What matters is the quality of the games. If the quality of the games are fucking dog shit, then it doesn't matter if fucking every single person on Earth likes it. Or I shouldn't
Something
say
being
likes it,
niche.
knows about it.
Yeah, something being niche isn't a bad thing, but it's also just untrue that this idea that Bethesda was what made it mainstream and that it wouldn't even exist anymore, which one wouldn't be a bad thing if it did stop existing. It had a good run. And two, that just this idea that only Bethesda could have carried it on. Bullshit. We already had Van Buren in the works. That would have came out. Troika was in the process of trying to acquire the series. They would have made a game, and it likely would have been rather successful if their track record is anything to go by. So to say that, nobody would know about it if Bethesda didn't get it, you're full of shit. You clearly don't know anything about this fucking series. You're talking out of your ass. You don't know anything.
You have to admit, Bethesda popularized Fallout. 2D isometric games aren't popular. That doesn't fucking matter.
And also, 2D isometric games are popular.
It has 0% relevance on the conversation whether it's popular or not. All that matters
Yeah, we couldn't
is the
care less if
quality of
it's
the game.
popular. Yeah, it being popular does not matter. There's nothing wrong with niche games.
Field popularity is a very common fallacy for a reason.
Bethesda popularized Fallout for the worst. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bethesda popularized DLC. We can literally lay the blame for DLC at Bethesda's feet.
Imagine if the original Star Wars trilogy was exactly as they are now, but instead of being this massive popular success, they were obscure things. And then the Disney movies came along and popularized the franchise. That's what we've got with Fallout 4. Well, Fallout 4. With Fallout as a whole. That's the problem.
They're incredibly dog shit games because Bethesda can't make good games anymore. And sure, they sell a lot, but people that play them don't understand anything about the Fallout series. They don't understand what came before. They don't understand why the Fallout series was so popular back in the day. They don't understand what the themes and the narrative of Fallout was always supposed to be. They actually unironically get excited that Fallout, that can also mean the fallout from a nuclear blast. Oh, that's so clever. It's like, you're a fucking idiot.
We do have to... I know, like, just an update on the time. Like, the stream starts in little over 10 minutes, so we have to wrap this up real quick.
Okay. We'll just... we will try. He's got 1 minute and 11 seconds left.
Hopefully
we'll
some
just
of it
let
is
it play to the end.
Well, no, we won't let it play to the end, but we'll try to make it quick. We're not going to tangent.
Making free. And when a franchise switches hands and they change things from the originals in significant ways, it's always going to be somewhat controversial with older fans.
There's a difference between something being somewhat controversial and then just shitting over what's there. The problem isn't that they changed from 2D isometric to 3D FPS. The problem is the oversimplification and dumbing down of the RPG mechanics and shitting all over the pre-established lore and making just in general shit fucking games and stories.
Yeah, and we have evidence that this isn't true. Well, it isn't true to this level of extent. We have Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 versus Baldur's Gate 3. Different developers, and they've changed things from real time into a turn-based game. And yeah, that's really all that needs to be said about it.
Just quickly, I've already set up the redirect, but I'm going on True Pop Culture stream in about 10 minutes. And posting some links in chat. The redirect should automatically send you over there once the stream is done.
Yeah.
It's even true with the same developers doing something different. People dislike change.
Not
Nope.
always. That isn't an inherent truth. Some people are perfectly fine with change. Some people like change. I am more of an Elder Scrolls fan than I am a Fallout fan. I would love if Elder Scrolls had, like, the level of depth and complexity a game like New Vegas has, with its character interactions and faction interactions. Morrowind is my all-time favorite game. I would love if it had more interplay between the factions, and, like, you could call out different characters for what they're asking you to do, and, like, there's that quest from the Fighters Guild where you have to go kill the Thieves Guild members who are at, they're staking out a mine, but you're lied to about them being Thieves Guild members. And, like, you should be able to call out if you're a part of both factions, wait, something fishy's going on here, rather than just ignoring it if you realize it.
Yeah.
And what's clear with how a lot of Fallout fans talk about Fallout 3 today, it's that the wounds from Bethesda now being the owner of Fallout instead of the original developers are still very open.
You disingenuous fucking cunt. It's not
God,
about the
you're
wrong
so-
company owning it, it's about the quality of the fucking games. If you had actually watched any of those fucking 2, 4, whatever hour-long videos, you would see the arguments people are making. It's not Bethesda, it's the individual choices made with the games that drag them down. That's the problem.
Yeah, also this argument just doesn't work because if he was actually aware of these arguments, if he actually talked to people who had these criticisms and actually gave them a chance, he would know, at least for those who know a lot about this stuff, would know that Troika was, you know, people really wanted Troika to get the fucking series, but Bethesda got it, and then they ruined it, and people kind of knew that that was going to happen because of the way they were treating it when they first got it. And it's like, well, you can't argue that, well, it's the wrong company that has it because it's not the originals. Well, Troika wasn't the originals, and people seemed to be fine with them getting it.
Yeah.
Rather a shame they didn't.
Are still bitter about it to this day.
Oh, fuck off.
And fair enough if you don't like Bethesda's Fallout. You can like whatever you want to like. I'm not calling you a purist or an elitist or
You literally did.
You literally
you
are.
dumb
You
fuck.
just did, you fucking idiot. You can't backtrack on that now and say, well, that's not what I meant, when you literally said
He's-
that that's what you meant.
He's going to qualify it as the people who only fucking like the originals in New Vegas and hate the Bethesda games. Those people suck, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
have because you dislike Fallout 3. But what I am saying is that a lot of the videos I've seen criticizing Fallout 3 on YouTube take this stance. Despite how
don't.
nonsense.
They don't. You don't
They-
know because you don't watch them.
Yeah, you don't watch them. You
You're
don't interact with
assumed-
these people. You make no effort to actually genuinely engage with any of these arguments or the people who make them. You just make assumptions. That's all you've done this entire video, is make assumptions and lie and make shit up.
Yep.
And really, that's what I think about all of this. And
What
I
a
know
shit
this video
fucking
is
video.
probably going to piss off a lot of people, so tell me what you think in the comments.
You're a dumbass. There you go.
Yeah, I think you're an
Don't-
idiot. That's what I think.
Chat, do not tell him what you think in the comments, because that will drive engagement to his video and push it out there for more people to see. If you hate
that's
this
what he
dog
wants.
shit video, then do not respond to it. Do not dislike it. Do not do anything to it. Ignore it and let it be irrelevant, because it's a piece of fucking dog shit video.
Yeah, whenever somebody says that at the end of their video, it's because they want that. They want people to come over and hate on their shit and bitch in the comments and stuff because it helps them.
Yep.
Alright, Pagan, shill.
I have a YouTube channel. I will do something with it eventually if I ever get my avatar done. There you go.
Setch, shill,
All right.
quickly.
I have a YouTube, a Twitch, a Rumble, and a Kick that I stream on it every single weekday. Tomorrow we're going to be doing more Armored Core 6. Feel free to come by. And every Saturday in my community, on my Discord, we watch a movie. This Saturday is going to be John Wick Chapter 4. Hopefully I will see some of you guys there.
I'm Creetosis. I do videos occasionally. I also stream occasionally. I might be streaming eventually. I'll probably stream tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm hopeful.
Update on the VTuber model thing. The art is nearly complete, last I heard, and they're going to be rigging it soon. So that's going to be coming soonish, definitely before the end of the year. So yeah, check out True Pop Culture 7 stream. I'm going to be on that in literally less like 5 minutes from now. About. I'm posting the link in chat. I'm going to post it in the Discord, and there's a redirect on here to that. So, see some of you over there. Go check it out. And have a good night, everyone. Thank you for coming out.
Yeah.
Yeah, bye.
Bye, guys. Bye.